I'm late? A bit. My schedule's a bit fucked up again.
Ultra, this ultimate game. Gamers, first of all, just an FYI, I had to lock down the script a little earlier than usual this week as I'm traveling on a secret mission, so if I've missed any news or updates that are broken in the last day or so, that is why. We'll circle back to that stuff next week when I'm home. Outside of that, it's been a pretty huge week on the channel. 2 reviews last week and 2 editions of This Week in Video Games, including the special bumper edition devoted to the Xbox stuff. Even though I uploaded that a few days after the Xbox news had broken, I still knew I'd be missing some stuff by the time that video went live because that story was moving pretty quickly and new revelations were coming to light, and of course we hadn't yet had an official response to the reactions from the Xbox triumvirate, Phil Spencer, Matt Booty, and Sarah Bond. Well, Bond stepped up to the plate on Friday at a special event hosted by Bloomberg. Her response was such a colossal flop that it was not only embarrassing for her, but also disrespectful to the people who had just lost their jobs, because clearly Bond had put no effort whatsoever into preparing for this question. She just blurted out garbage word salad when 3 minutes with a pen and paper before heading up on stage would have allowed her to prepare a coherent response to a question she knew she was going to get. And not for nothing, but the camera work here is accidental art. Roll it, Stu.
I think one of the things that was most upsetting both to Xbox gamers and to employees is that, you know, one of the shuttered studios in particular just created a hit game, did really well on Game Pass in terms of engagement, and won a ton of awards. Shouldn't succeeding in that way ensure the future of a studio?
You know, one of the things I really love about the games industry is it's a creative art form. And it means that the situation and what success is for each game and studio is also really unique. Like, there's no one size fits all to it for us.
You know.
And so we look at each studio, each game team, and we look at a whole variety of factors when we're faced with sort of making decisions and trade-offs like that. But it all comes back to our long-term commitment to the games we create, the devices we build, the services, and ensuring that we're setting ourselves up to be able to deliver on those promises.
So first of all, Bond, panic in her eyes, gives an absolute flop of an answer. Just absolute nonsense and waffle. And just as she's getting to the part about talking about making tough decisions and trade-offs,
this is some good
camera
shit.
operator pulls to the wide shot, revealing Xbox's year-over-year
We get to watch
growth,
Xbox
showing
squirm.
explosive growth 4 years ago, and only a modest decline since then that still puts them roughly 5 times bigger than they were 4 years ago. And this graph does not contain any of the growth that would have come from the Activision Blizzard King acquisition. Just frame this shot.
Like that Homer
It is just
Simpsons
too perfect.
episode.
But it was an extremely disappointing appearance and response. Again, you knew this question was coming. How could these answers be the best that you or any of your PR spin people could come up with? I mean, to me, it really speaks about what a shit show it must be over there right now. Clearly, they're just so panicked that no one thought to maybe put together 3 or 4 bullet points so Bond had something to say at an event that everyone knew was in the diary. It makes me wonder how Phil Spencer is going to go when he fronts a live audience in June at IGN FanFest in LA. Phil has been booked for that event, and IGN have been hyping his appearance. Like, how is that conversation going to go? Is Phil going to do another Phil's Bad Man like he did on Kinda Funny? I think we're all done with that chapter of Phil's leadership, and I think IGN are going to have to be pretty careful about who they hand the mic to, because people are pissed, and live audience questions can get pretty dicey. My hope is that Phil keeps that appointment, and that IGN not only seek to ask the questions that need to be asked, but also push him if he refuses to answer them.
Live audience questions
Word
will be
salad
fine.
Masterclass. And if that's the plan, then Phil should just cancel that appointment
What are you
right now and
talking
save us all
about?
the trouble. Oh, and by the way, all this cost-cutting stuff over at Xbox isn't over. Jason Schreier of Bloomberg is reporting that in addition to the 1,900 jobs slashed in January of this year and the recent round of studio closures, Xbox is also offering voluntary redundancies to people throughout ZeniMax. He also ominously adds, quote, others across the Xbox organization have been told that more cuts are on the way, end quote. Look, I'm going to be really stunned if 343 emerges from this totally unscathed. They've already had cuts, of course, but it's still a big studio, and we're in a position now where I think all of us can agree that the next Halo game should probably come from a different studio. Hopefully 343 do hang on, perhaps contributing as a supporting studio to other projects. But yeah, I definitely worry about the fate of that studio. At the smaller end of the spectrum, you've got stuff like Ninja Theory, Double Fine, Obsidian, and Undead Labs, with Microsoft telegraphing their intention to focus on big IPs, and with a proven track record of shutting down high-performing, award-winning developers like Tango Gameworks. It's got to be a pretty nerve-wracking time to be a developer working under the Xbox banner. Certainly part of the reason that Microsoft is effecting such a large strategy pivot is the stagnation of Game Pass subscription numbers. The dream of 100 million Game Pass subscribers feels more and more impossible by the day, as new data showcases flatlining performance. Industry analyst Matt Piscatella reported in 2023 that gaming subscriptions had grown only 2%, and this year they're tracking for around 1% growth. A reminder that Xbox is still making billions from Game Pass, but unless it's growing, then the shareholders are not going to be happy. Don't worry though, Microsoft has a plan C they can turn to now that plans A and B have failed. Plan A being make good video games, and plan B being just put stuff on Game Pass. Plan C is mobile, and after much teasing, it seems as though that plan is about to take flight. In the same painful Bloomberg interview I showed earlier, Sarah Bond revealed that Microsoft were about to launch a mobile storefront. She says it'll be web-based, at least at first, meaning that it will sidestep any restrictions imposed by Apple or Google. It'll launch in July, and the initial lineup of first-party Microsoft games will be Candy Crush and Minecraft. She says that it'll offer an end-to-end experience that links your play across different devices, which is a weird thing to crow about since many games already do that, either through crossplay or through dedicated mobile clients that are also available on other platforms.
Seems like
Think
a
Genshin Impact, Marvel Snap,
surefire bet,
etc. Either way, it's a pretty central pillar of Microsoft's future gaming plans, as the acquisition of Activision Blizzard was largely predicated on the fact that they'd also get King in that deal, a massive mobile player that gives Microsoft a foothold where Sony and Nintendo have little to none. So there you have it, Xbox's next big rollout is Candy Crush, only through a new web-based storefront. Good luck with that. Don't worry though, there are actual video games to look forward to as well, like Perfect Dark. You guys will remember that Microsoft revealed this 3 years ago in a cinematic trailer containing no gameplay, and they announced that it was being made by a newly formed outfit called The Initiative, who back then positioned themselves as the world's first quadruple A developer, a mantle that Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot was only too happy to seize upon when he declared Skull and Bones the world's first quadruple A video game, and we all know how that went. Since Perfect Dark's reveal, the only thing we've heard about it is that it's kind of in development hell. The initiative seemed to collapse nearly as suddenly as it appeared, with Crystal Dynamics being brought in 2 years ago to provide support, and since then reporting indicates that Crystal Dynamics have effectively taken over leadership of the project. IGN did a deep dive investigative report into the state of Perfect Dark last year, and when they came up for air they didn't have anything good to report. The project seemed to have made little progress since its first reveal, and a recent round of reporting from various sources indicating that little has changed since then. This past week, Jeff Grubb was speaking during the Giant Bombcast and he said, quote, "I've been hearing for years that Perfect Dark is in a rough state, but it sounds like it's in a very rough state. It doesn't sound like it's really come together in any way since then," end quote. While Alex Donaldson of VG247 said something similar, quote, "I have some crazy stories about the development of that game I have not put in print out of respect for a team really trying hard to push a boulder up a steep hill," end quote. After that though, Jeff Grubb went back to his sources and got some more up-to-date information. He's now saying that the game has actually made some progress and that some of the more intractable challenges it was facing have now been solved. He's even going as far as to say as we may see it at the upcoming Xbox showcase in June, which frankly is a big surprise, and I wouldn't have guessed that'd be the case. Nothing confirmed on all this of course, so be sure to take these reports with a grain of salt. With everything going on at Xbox right now, we got to thinking, how are developers feeling about this? How are developers feeling about Xbox as a platform? And is everything from the multi-platform moves to console sales to recent closures affecting their plans to publish their games on Xbox? So, we asked them. We put these questions to a bunch of developers who had all recently released games on Xbox, from solo devs to mid-sized studios, and all of whom have seen some good success with their work in the past. It was a deep dive piece led by Edmund, and you can find the full write-up over on Patreon, freely available to everyone. It's not behind a paywall. TLDR though, individual experiences vary, but there were some very common threads that have been going on for a while now. Getting on Xbox Game Pass is basically a must if you want anyone on Xbox to play your game at all. For devs who don't have massive runaway hits or big publisher backing, the developers we spoke to said it's only worth porting your title over to Xbox if they cut you a Game Pass deal to offset the work and costs, as Xbox sales are always the smallest slice of the pie because very few people actually buy their games on there now. Said one developer, quote, "You just aren't going to sell the same units as you would elsewhere. It's a bit like trying to sell a DVD to someone who uses Netflix. Sure, people still do that from time to time, but you're not targeting the right audience," end quote. It seems like there's a bit of a vicious cycle going on at the moment, and if something doesn't change, it seems it'll only lead Xbox down a path where fewer and fewer developers are actively choosing to bring their games onto Xbox, or even to PlayStation in some cases, especially in a world where you can get by just fine by being on PC and Switch, where all the money and the players seem to be right now. There's a lot more info in the full piece, including some really interesting quotes from developers and publishers, so if you want to check out the whole write-up, head over to Patreon where it's free to read, and give us some feedback. We're looking to do more of this stuff in the future. That's why Edmund joined the team actually, so we'd love to hear what you think, what you like, what you don't. Drop a comment over on the Patreon or just here in the comment section below. So clearly Xbox are going through it right now, but they are not alone, as Sony has had themselves one hell of a fortnight and it is far from over. Last week we covered the absolute mess that was the PSN requirement for Helldivers playing on PC. That led to a mass downvoting of the game that was so coordinated and so successful that Sony's high command was forced to bend the knee, removing the requirement. Part of the reason they did that was the revelation that only a select number of countries and territories can legally create PSN accounts, with over 177 countries and territories excluded from being able to do so. That would mean that people in those countries and territories would have to create PSNs with fake addresses, which is against Sony's own terms of service. That shit cannot fly, and Valve really can't be a party to that, which is why Helldivers 2 was delisted in a huge number of countries and territories. With the announcement that Sony would be doing an about-face on its PSN linking policy, we had assumed that the game would be immediately relisted in those 177 countries and territories. Wrong. Turns out that it's still not back up in those territories despite there being no requirement for it to have a PSN link. It's really weird, to be honest, and kind of inexplicable at this point. The Arrowhead CEO Johan Palstead did comment on the matter, saying this, quote, "I'm speaking to our partners at PlayStation and Valve and pushing for it to be undone. Getting the account linking took a Herculean effort, but I won't rest in my desire to have it available everywhere," end quote. But he and no one else has actually explained why this delisting is still in effect. One person on a subreddit posted a response to a customer service ticket for Steam. That response said that the game was delisted at the request of the publisher, but I learned long ago not to read too much into what one random customer service person might say, since they're often just firing from the hip. Better to wait for an official update from Sony or Arrowhead. But things got even weirder this week when it was revealed that Ghost of Tsushima, which launches this week on PC, was just delisted from roughly 200 countries and territories. Now, to be honest, I actually saw this coming, and the reason for that is that Ghost of Tsushima will not require a PSN to play the single-player part of the game, but if you want to play the multiplayer, then you need to link your PSN. That was reiterated by Sucker Punch themselves just last week, in fact. Now,
overcompensated.
If you happen to live in a country where Sony does not let you create a PSN profile, then Sony is effectively selling you something that you can't use, and Valve, again, cannot be a party to that, opening them up to liability in the form of refund requests, or depending on the consumer protection laws in a given country, possibly regulatory action. So while it isn't confirmed that Valve are the driving force behind these delistings, I strongly suspect that they are, because I would do exactly the same thing if I was Gaben. And to be honest, if he is doing it, good guy Gaben. It's bullshit that Sony would sell a product at a single price point, but you get less of that product depending on where you live. If they were to split these things out and offer a discount to those who are only able to play the single player, then fair enough. But they're not doing that, so it's right and fair that this product should not be sold in this way, as disappointing as that is to the many in those countries and territories who are disadvantaged by Sony's bullshit. Steam and Greenman Gaming are both issuing automatic refunds ahead of the release this week. I'm sure we'll hear more about this one very soon, so stay tuned. So that's Xbox and Sony, both are having a pretty shit couple of weeks. How's the Big N doing? Well, they're just fine and dandy, thank you. They posted financials this week, and there they announced the Nintendo Switch was just about to overtake the Nintendo DS as the company's best-selling console, at a time when everyone is reporting that the console market is dead. The Switch is about to hit 154.82 million units, eclipsing the DS's lifetime sales of 154 million units, and the Switch still has a little bit of life left in it, as the next Switch won't be out until sometime next year. Speaking of which, Nintendo low-key announced the Switch 2 this past week. I mean, sort of, but not really. Nintendo President Shuntaro Furukawa took to Twitter this week, and here's what he had to say, quote, "Kendrick clearly won," end quote. Is it too late to make jokes about Kendrick and Drake? I feel like I missed that chance last week. No, what Furukawa actually said was this, quote, "This is Furukawa, president of Nintendo. We will make an announcement about the successor to Nintendo Switch within this fiscal year before 31 March 2025. It will have been over 9 years since we announced the existence of Nintendo Switch back in March 2015. We will be holding a Nintendo Direct this June regarding the Nintendo Switch software lineup for the latter half of 2024, but please be aware that there will be no mention of the Nintendo Switch successor during that presentation," end quote. So there you have it, a showcase coming in June, and while he did rule out a Switch 2 reveal, he didn't rule out a Silk Song announcement. We've got to create false hope where we can, ladies and gentlemen. There was one other spot of Nintendo news this week. They're disabling their Twitter integration. So this is another example of just how badly Elon Musk has screwed Twitter. This past generation, all 3 platforms added a share button to their controllers and their interface, and that button would almost always lead to Twitter, allowing you to seamlessly post screenshots or videos directly from your console. That's a pretty powerful thing for a social media platform to accomplish, literally changing the hardware configuration of all 3 major platforms to accommodate the power of your reach. Of course, when Elon let that sink in, he decided that any company looking to hook into Twitter's API should pay for the privilege of generating content for his platform. So he decided to charge major companies up to $40,000 a month. As a result, both Sony and Microsoft removed their Twitter integration a while ago, and now Nintendo has followed suit. Nintendo announced the disabling of the integration on Twitter, and Twitter Gaming then quote tweeted it, being like, "Oh, our partnership with Nintendo is still really strong." Which is total bullshit, of course, so much so that the tweet got community noted and ratioed into oblivion. So Twitter Gaming deleted that original tweet and tweeted out the exact same thing, only to get noted and ratioed again. You love to see it. Hey, speaking of really popular CEOs that we all love, let's check in with old mate Andy Wilson, boss man of EA. Been a while since we've heard from him, but he's still the same old Andy we remember. This week he was speaking to investors hyping up the year ahead for EA. He confirmed that there were 2 unannounced titles coming in FY25, the first being a partner title, and no one really knows what that is. The other one is an owned IP title, widely believed to be Dragon Age Dreadwolf. This has been in the works since Noah wore short pants, and it's absolutely do or die for BioWare. Behind the scenes, chatter is this one's actually looking pretty good, which would be fantastic, because it's been a hot minute since a strong BioWare release, and by hot minute, I mean 10 years. Wilson would then go on to provide an update on the next Battlefield game, a really important one since Battlefield 2042 blew a massive hole in the side of that community, and despite numerous updates and improvements since launch, the game never fully recovered. Wilson said that the team working on the next Battlefield game is the largest Battlefield team in the history of the franchise, which makes sense because there's now multiple studios on this game. Wilson says he's been playing it and you wouldn't believe it, but he loves it, and he also says it's going to be a, quote, tremendous live service, end quote. Oh man, he was of course speaking to dead-eyed investors who froth at the thought of recurring revenue. The rest of us hear that and groan as we recount the myriad live service flops over the past decade, including the last Battlefield that released. I wish I could say, I'm sure EA has learned their lesson and won't repeat the same mistakes. But if there's one thing I can be sure of, it's that the learning capacity of corporations is directly proportional to their quarterly earnings shortfall. If EA DICE and its supporting studios get time enough to make a good Battlefield game, chances are we'll get a good Battlefield game. But if old mate Andy needs to dump another half-baked busted-ass shooter onto the market in order to hit his yearly earnings KPIs, then he will do just that. And if he still misses his quarterly earning targets, you know what he'll do? Put ads in your games. Seriously, this is something he talked about at the same event. He was asked a question about the potential of putting ads in games, a topic that EA has spoken about in the past and experimented with, in fact, like when they put full screen ads for the boys in UFC 2020, and people got so pissed off that EA had to disable them. Not to be discouraged, Andy is still on that, responding to the question thusly, quote, "We have teams internally in the company right now looking at how we do very thoughtful implementations inside our game experiences. I think it's still early on that front, and we have looked over the course of our history to be very thoughtful about advertising in the context of our play experiences. But again, as we think about the many, many billions of hours spent playing, creating, watching, and connecting, and where much of that engagement happens to be on the bounds of traditional game experience, our expectation is that advertising has an opportunity to be a meaningful driver of growth for us," end quote. So, there you go. Something to look forward to in the next tremendous live service from EA, I guess. EA have delivered consistently strong financial performance over the past decade, not so for beleaguered publisher Square Enix, who have truly stumbled this past generation despite having a number of titles that were critical and commercial successes. That patchy track record led them down the live service path with games like Babylon's Fall, and also saw them try their hand at various blockchain and NFT scams. At the same time, they put out bangers like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Octopath Traveler 2, numerous excellent Final Fantasy XIV expansions, and they even published Power Wash Simulator. Bet you didn't know that was a Square Enix game, did you? It's all coming home to roost for Square Enix now though. In their most recent earnings report, they declared an extraordinary $140 million loss, owing largely to them recognizing losses associated with cancelling a bunch of projects. Profit was down a staggering 70% year on year, with Square Enix saying, quote, "We launched many titles, but some failed to live up to profit expectations, especially outsourced titles and some AAA titles," end quote. The AAA titles they're referring to probably includes Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which despite being a critical success is selling approximately half of what Final Fantasy VII Remake did. No doubt hurt by the fact that it's a PS5 exclusive, where the previous game was also available on PS4, which had a much larger install base. A few days after this earnings call, Square Enix announced a major strategic overhaul that would see them aggressively pursue multi-platform games and bring more of their development efforts in-house. Square specifically called out their desire to be on all platforms: PC, PlayStation, Nintendo Switch, and Xbox, and they even said that mobile will be on the table for their PC launches. Square said that the projects they cancelled were given the chop because they didn't align with this new strategy, indicating that at least some of them might have been platform exclusives, probably PS5. They also said that they plan to prioritize quality over quantity going forward, so I think we can expect fewer of those smaller JRPGs, which I know will come as a disappointment to some. They concluded by saying that they plan to rebuild their overseas business divisions from the ground up, though that is unlikely to be development studios. It's probably going to be PR, marketing, and regional publishing support. Square Enix calls these plans medium term, meaning that they should be executed inside of 3 years. A tough transition for Square Enix to make, but hopefully one that pays dividends, since Square Enix has felt shaky for some time, and we definitely don't want to lose them. Last bit of major news for the week was an update from Warner Brothers on the performance of Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League, and I hope you're sitting down for this because you're not going to believe it. It totally flopped. The Warner Brothers CEO hosted an earnings call, and there he reported on Warner Brothers' recent disappointing performance, saying, quote, "The $400 million plus year-over-year decline during Q1 was primarily due to the very tough competition we faced in games against the success of Hogwarts Legacy last year in the first quarter, in conjunction with the disappointing Suicide Squad release this past quarter, which we impaired, leading to a $200 million impact to EBITDA during the first quarter," end quote. This does not mean that Suicide Squad cost Warner Brothers $200 million. It's just commenting that the revenue decline versus last year is a combination of Harry Potter doing really well and Suicide Squad doing not well at all. Given that we still haven't heard a peep about the long-term plans for that game, it's all but assured that it's totally Jova, and the game will go on life support after the data mine content and pre-sold season pass stuff is out the gate. Concerns now turn to the fate of Rocksteady. After what happened to Arcane Austin, we really hope we don't see the same chain of events play out here as well. A quick lightning round to finish off. PlayStation has a new boss man, or boss men actually. They just announced that succeeding outgoing CEO Jim Ryan will be 2 people. Herman Hulst, previously head of PlayStation Worldwide Studios, has been appointed to lead the newly named Studio Business Group, focused on making games as well as TV shows and films based on those games. Accompanying him will be Hideaki Nishino, who will lead the newly named Platform Business Group, which includes console hardware, technology, accessories, and network infrastructure. That group also includes third-party relations and partnerships. Very strange to see the empire carved up this way. Interested to see how this experiment will play out. A very odd and still developing story. Double 11 are about to release the many times delayed Prison Architect 2, but before the game is even out, they're announcing that they're stepping off the project and splitting from publisher Paradox. A supporting studio by the name of Koku will now take over and deliver the title. Double 11 said that they couldn't come to an agreement on commercial terms, and so that's that. Really crazy, and you gotta be at least a little worried about how Prison Architect 2 will be when it launches, since not having the main studio around to help push it over the finish line has got to result in at least a few issues, to say nothing of what it means for future game updates. Stay tuned for more on this one, I suspect. The hype is building for the next Doom game. There's plenty of chatter that we might see an announcement at the upcoming Xbox June showcase, and a recent trademark filing by ZeniMax certainly lends credence to that suspicion. The trademark is for IDKFA, which is a cheat code used in the original Doom that would give you full armor, all guns and ammo, and all keys. id Software have been quiet since the release of Doom Eternal back in 2020, so 2024 feels about right for a new game reveal. Get ready to rip and tear, though sadly without Mick Gordon providing the music. A very sad chapter that we shouldn't soon forget. Pentiment just won a Peabody Award. That's really cool. One of those small games that wins awards, just like Matt Booty wanted. Surely this award and the general critical acclaim that Pentiment received cements Obsidian as an indispensable part of Microsoft's development stable. That's how it works, right? Right? Remedy has cancelled Project Kestrel. It was originally meant to be a free-to-play live service game published by Tencent, but was rebooted to be a premium game when market conditions shifted. Now it's been shit-canned altogether, with Remedy focusing their efforts on their existing portfolio of projects, those being Control 2, the Max Payne 1 and 2 remakes, and a co-op shooter set in the Control universe, which to be honest sounds kind of rad. Marvel Rivals publisher NetEase has been pulling some serious bullshit with their efforts to promote this game. The closed alpha happened this past weekend, and a bunch of creators were allowed in so long as they signed a contract. A content creator by the name of Seagull tweeted out some of those contract terms, which basically banned content creators from being critical of the game in any way, shape, or form. I haven't seen shit that brazen since the days of Warner Brothers and their Shadows of Mordor contract, which got them into huge amounts of hot water and resulted in a bit of a reckoning across the industry that saw contracts cleaned up. NetEase have since issued an apology calling the terms a miscommunication. Yeah, right, sure. Apparently the game is good, by the way, so this move is just a massive own goal that does nothing but make people skeptical of the final product. Some quick sales and player count numbers for you. Hades 2 has rather predictably smashed it, hitting a peak concurrent player count of over 103,000 players in its launch window, twice the highest that Hades 1 achieved, though that did launch first on the Epic Games Store back then, so the context is a little different. Princess Peach Showtime and Mario vs. Donkey Kong have both sold more than 1 million units, proving that it's easy to sell games when you have over 150 million hardware units floating around out there. Dead Island 2 just passed 7 million players across all platforms, including Game Pass, a huge result for a game that absolutely everyone was sure would suck, given the very cursed development cycle it endured. Capcom just recorded their 7th consecutive year of record profit, with sales up 21% this past year alone. That success attributed to Street Fighter 6, Dragon's Dogma 2, RE4 Remake, and ongoing Monster Hunter success. No mention of Exo Primal in there though. I'm gonna guess that one didn't quite pop off in the same way. Sega has also recorded a 20% increase in revenue owing to the success of Persona 3 and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and Bandai Namco announced modest growth, bringing them to over 1 trillion yen in net sales. Their growth attributed to the strong performance of Armored Core 6, Tekken 8, and of course Elden Ring, which is still selling strong to this day and about to sell a whole lot more with the imminent arrival of the expansion in June. V Rising launched into 1.0 and hit an impressive 130,000 concurrent players, so big congrats to Stunlock for that one. And Little Kitty Big City shipped over 100,000 units in less than 48 hours. As I said last week, cat people, the game makers now have your number. So what got announced or delayed this week? Well, that Rogue Prince of Persia game now has an official release date. It was meant to arrive earlier in May, but will now arrive on May 27th. The developers Evil Twin specifically calling out Hades 2 as the reason for that delay. Very smart call. Speaking of Ubisoft, Assassin's Creed Red is now officially called Assassin's Creed Shadows. By the time this video is live, that reveal trailer should already be out, so I'll circle back to that one next week. Rumors of a November 27th release for that one, but that is unconfirmed. I'm sure you'll find out before I do, because I will be on a plane when that reveal trailer goes live. A new Jurassic Park game is on the way from Frontier, who earlier delivered Jurassic World Evolution 1 and 2. We assume it's the 3rd game in that series, but they didn't confirm that, so it could be anything. Stay tuned. The Apple Vision Pro is getting a Marvel What If immersive storytelling experience. It's apparently got to do with collecting the Infinity Stones, and you travel the multiverse to meet different variants of your favorite heroes. Not sure how it's going to utilize the capabilities of the Vision Pro, but to be honest, I'd like to find out. So Apple, if you're listening, please send me a Vision Pro. Thank you very much. I promise I was just kidding when I dunked on your awful iPad commercial. Multiverses is getting the Joker, and bonus, he's being voiced by Mark Hamill. That does make it the last time that Hamill's Joker and Conroy's Batman will be together, a bittersweet end to an iconic partnership and collaboration. Asus has announced a new ROG Ally is on the way. It'll get a full reveal on June 2nd, but for now we know it has improved battery life, storage, and RAM. It also comes in black. Nice. And finally, 2 events to shout out. The first is a Wholesome Direct being hosted on June 8th in the Summer Games Fest window. It'll feature over 70 wholesome indie games. That is a lot of games, man. Kind of feel like maybe too many. I don't know. The other event is South by Southwest, which started out in Austin before making its way to Sydney. In 2025, there will also be a London show. South by is fantastic for how it profiles independent games and even larger stuff, since they managed to snag some pretty high-profile guests.
Thunderstorm.
So I definitely recommend putting it in your calendar if you're at all close to where they're being held, or if you're willing to make a trip. So what came out last week? Well, V Rising hit 1.0, and as I mentioned earlier, it did very solid numbers, achieving over 130,000 peak concurrent players. Luckily, Stunlock really did wait until this one was fully baked before releasing it, as the user reviews on Steam are tracking very strongly, 87% very positive, and critics are equally impressed, putting the game at a strong 83 on OpenCritic. PC Gamer really loved it, scoring it a rare 89 and saying, quote, "The developer would have had to have monumentally screwed up to tarnish that already fantastic experience. Instead, with small improvements and more endgame content, it's thankfully just made a great game even better," end quote. While V Rising exits early access, Hades 2 enters it. It was shadow dropped last week, and people are low-key blown away by how much content Supergiant have managed to pack into just the early access offering. Supergiant aren't surprised though, since they warned us, quote, "Hades 2 in early access already has more environments, foes, and fully voiced characters than the full version of the original Hades game," end quote. That is insane. With 26,000 reviews counted on Steam, the game already sits at a very positive 94%. Most critics are holding off numbered review scores until it emerges from early access, but IGN's Mitch Saltzman didn't hold back. He finished everything the early access had to offer and was so impressed with it that he scored it a 9 out of 10, saying, quote, Hades 2 feels impossibly huge and unbelievably polished by any standard, much less an early access game. Mel is awesome, the new tweaks to the combat and progression are excellent, and it's just unbelievably feature-packed with twice the content of the first, end quote. Hey, remember when Donkey came out a while back and he said he was going to open a publisher but only publish good video games, and heaps of people laughed at him? Well, who's laughing now? Because his label's debut game, Animal Well, solo developed by a guy named Billy Basso, has absolutely crushed it, and it's already going down as one of the all-time greats in the Metroidvania genre. It's sitting at 96% overwhelmingly positive on Steam, and critics have it at a mighty 89 on OpenCritic. Eurogamer did not hold back, scoring it a perfect 5 stars, saying, quote, "I'm astonished by the ease with which it presents its ideas, the joy these ideas bring, and the sheer range of magical stuff it includes, all clipped together in such a satisfying manner. And fittingly, for a game about wells, I'm astonished by how deep it all goes," end quote. Put another way, it's a masterpiece. Was that close enough? It was close enough. Austin also loved it. He reviewed it. Link below the like button. TLDR, he strongly recommends it precisely because of how much it evolves the Metroidvania formula in ways that you really can't explain without spoiling the game. It's kind of like Outer Wilds in that way. Plus, did you know the entire game is like 30 megabytes large? I don't know what sort of tech wizard this Billy Basso is, but they should detain and study this person because it really does feel like he has too much power to be walking the streets. While Austin was playing Animal Well, I was busy playing Homeworld 3, which arrived exclusive to the PC on the 9th. It's a bit of a mixed bag, to be honest. On the one hand, it nails the Homeworld vibe, which is kind of the most important thing. The visuals, soundscape, unit design, and missions are all fantastic, but the campaign storyline really sucks. It's just not good. It does not fit the tone of the franchise, and various technical issues, missing features, and balance issues are going to require some time to iron out. Critics were pretty satisfied with it. It's sitting at a strong 80 on OpenCritic, but the early Steam reviews are less enthused, with the title sitting at a mixed 57%. The technical issues and the inclusion of de novo DRM, which absolutely everybody hates. I definitely think this is one worth keeping an eye on, jumping in when you feel like the updates have improved things enough, or the price point has lowered enough to make it feel like the right fit for you. So what's coming out this week? Pretty huge week, actually, far more than I would have expected, but a few things snuck in last minute. We knew Ghost of Tsushima was arriving for PC today, and that would have been for everyone, but now it looks like it's only for those who live in a country where you can legally create a PSN account. I'm very much hoping that Sony can sort this mess out. Also hoping that this Sony port is one of the good ones, since Sony's non-Nixus made PC ports are a bit hit or miss. Definitely more on the miss side. Here's one you should really keep a laser eye on: Lorelei and the Laser Eyes.
What?
This is from the studio that brought you Sayonara Wild Hearts.
How did that not
This is
hit?
a very
Did it
different
hit the
game
tree?
inspired by the sullen vibes and fixed camera angles of a PS1 survival horror game.
Lock
No,
on.
this is not a survival horror game. It's a puzzle
There we
game,
go.
one that insists that you use an actual real-life notebook to help solve the puzzles. Edmund's been playing this and he loves it. I've heard similar buzz from other reviewers. Auteur game maker Sam Barlow also loves it. It's arriving for PC and Switch today. Speaking of Edmund, he played Mullet Mad Jack during the most recent Steam Next Fest and also got a kick out of it. It's a corridor shooter inspired by 90s anime, and it's simple but satisfying fun. It arrives today exclusive to PC. Classic WoW nerds, Deathwing cometh again, that is, since we already killed him like 15 years ago. The Cataclysm expansion launches into WoW Classic this week, tearing asunder the lands of Azeroth, literally. I still feel like the Barrens were such a downgrade, by the way. It had all this lava and shit everywhere, and I don't know, man. The Barrens was cool before Deathwing messed with it. Anyway, wasn't sure if Blizzard was going to go this far, but I guess they're doing the whole thing. Next stop, Mists of Pandaria, I suppose. Biggest release for the week, in my humble opinion, is Hellblade 2, launching exclusive to PC and Xbox on the 21st. But let's be real, it's almost certainly going to end up on PS5 at some point in the future. This continues the saga of Senua, who faces threats both internal and external in a dark fantasy world inspired by Norse and Celtic mythology and culture. The first one was critically acclaimed for its story presentation and handling of complex issues like mental health, and the second one looks to be more impressive in every regard. Given how little marketing Xbox has put behind this one, I really hope it finds an audience and goes gangbusters because, yeah, I mean, you know all the reasons. The System Shock remake arrived last year on PC to stellar reviews, and this week it'll arrive on PlayStation and Xbox. That drops on the 21st. Paper Trails is a delightful looking indie title we profiled a few weeks back on the Put This On Your Radar segment. You fold paper to open new paths forward, kind of like that Viewfinder game that dropped recently.
Oh my fucking god, it's already dead.
It's origami.
What the hell?
This arrives on the 21st, exclusive to PC. And finally, Ubisoft are launching their COD-esque X Defiant. It's a free-to-play
killed by a
competitive shooter
corpse.
that combines different factions from across Ubisoft games like The Division, Rainbow Six, Ghost Recon, Watch Dogs, and more. In terms of how it plays, it's a very COD feeling, but there's a big focus on operator kits and objective-based game modes, so it's almost like Overwatch meets COD, so if you like Black Ops 4, chances are you'll like this too. It's launching on all platforms bar Switch on the 21st. I like this, to be honest. It was fun.
Give me a sec. Laundry's done. It's just tapioca pearls. No more juice. Like sucking someone's brains out.
Not the kind of game I'm looking for right now, but it seems well made, so I think there's a good chance it'll find an audience. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. I have no idea what the hell this is. Put this on your radar. So this is called Arctic Eggs, and it's a game about someone who's trapped in some sort of dystopic sci-fi research facility in Antarctica, and for some reason there seems to be a lot of hens in battery cages, and it's your job as the poultry peddler to fry up eggs for the hungry people who are also trapped with you there, only you're not just frying eggs, you're frying bacon and beer bottles and cigarettes. I guess it's a prison economy down there, so you gotta season the eggs with whatever you've got on hand. It's from an outfit that goes by the name of Water Museum, as well as Abmarine, Cameron Ginnick's, and Cocky Duty. It's a Steam exclusive. Best of all, it has 3 different difficulties, each of them changing the wall height of your frying pan. It looks all kinds of messed up, and I'm totally into it. It's out tomorrow. I've left a link to it over on my Steam curator page, which also has links to all of the other Put This On Your Radar stuff I've recently covered. I'll leave a link to all of that below the like button. Sort of free stuff time now, and there really isn't much to shout out as we are mid-month. Hell, I can't even shout out Epic's giveaway as it's currently under wraps as a mystery entry, though that usually hints at something good to come, so do be sure to check back later in the week. There is one thing though, Bungie's free-to-play shooter Marathon is now available. If your heart skipped a beat thinking that Bungie just shadow dropped their next big release, then gotcha! Marathon I'm referring to is the original Marathon from back in the day. Bungie worked with a community modding team to bring the game into the modern era. It's not a remake or a remaster, it's just a straight port to modern hardware, though it does contain a number of improvements to align it with modern hardware capabilities. Stuff like widescreen, positional audio, 60 FPS support, and a few other things. That's listed as Classic Marathon over on Steam, and you can download it right now for free. Our feel-good story for the week is actually not related to the recent Xbox news, and I want to be clear about that. This is not some revenge fantasy, it's just some dude who really wanted to fight Phil Spencer, in Fallout 76. Spencer is actually a huge Fallout 76 fan for some reason. He plays on the reg and always has, and a guy who goes by @real1090jake has always wanted to fight Phil Spencer in Fallout 76 because reasons. Speaking to Kotaku, Jake said, quote, "It's not much to it. I've been planning to catch him for a while now to see if he would agree to a fight. Trying to take him down was just a personal goal for me after I finished the main quest line. This was a calculated attack, lol. I have no beef with Phil," end quote. Jake did manage to track Phil down at one point, but was disappointed when Phil didn't throw down. Quote, "I honestly just wanted my 1v1, but he wouldn't attack me back. He waved and did a couple of hearts when I caught him alone," end quote. With the bitter taste of friendly pleasantries in his mouth, Jake was left with no choice, so he did the only thing he could do. Dropped a nuclear bomb on Phil Spencer's Fallout 76 camp. The attack was noted by someone on Twitter, with Jake then claiming responsibility for it and providing video evidence. The funniest part about this, though, is just a day after that attack, Phil Spencer completed the quest called Officer on Deck, which is the quest chain that unlocks your ability to launch nuclear weapons. Phil is clearly not taking this one lying down. Alright, ladies and gents, it's been a
Dude
long
wants
show,
me to
so
tank.
thanks for sticking with us all the way through. As I said, I'm away this week, but a few things to look forward to while I'm away. Austin has been dumping
Okay.
a huge number of hours into the early access for Hades 2,
Well
so look
done,
forward
well
to his
played.
take going up later this week. We have a pretty huge episode of the Friends Per Second podcast going live over the weekend too. We're chatting with the Hellblade 2 creative
ASMR
director, Don
always made me
Matthews.
throw up a
We
bill.
talked to him about all the shit going down
It
at
has some
Xbox right now and how he feels about all that, as well as what we can expect from Hellblade 2 when it launches next week. We also chatted with the folks from Airship Syndicate, who just announced that they're releasing Wayfinders into 1.0, but they're making it an offline game. They're
like
ripping
mukbang
out
now,
all of the
too.
live service components,
mukbang
selling it
in
as a
there.
premium product. A really interesting story about the journey to that decision, so be sure to tune in for that one when it's live. That's all I got for you today. Like the video if you liked it, sub to the channel if you'd like to come back next week, ding that bell so I can hassle you at inconvenient moments. Thanks as always for watching.
Thank you, Shilep. Let's go listen to something else. So I have to make the tentacles look good without hair at the same time. Like, it looks good with hair, but it should also look good without hair. Oh, why is that the case? Maybe there's like too many tentacles. Maybe there's like 2 extra tentacles here that don't need to be here. Jojo, what do you want? You want tapioca pearls? That's too bad because you're not getting any. You're a dog. Have you noticed femboy twink energy from Creasy lately? I have not. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to the Bare Metal Discord actually. I only pop in there sometimes. Let's see. Why does it look good with hair, but then it looks bad without hair? Maybe? Okay, I think I know why. I think, whoops. Move the tentacles should be like coming out from, I don't know. I actually don't know. I thought I knew, but now I don't. Good job. We went. Okay, I'll give you one. I'll give you one. Man, why did they make this so hard to open? It's like breaking into Fort Knox trying to get the pearls out. Give me a sec, guys. Okay, I'm back. Be upset if the male infested don't have Davy Jones testicle beards. Yeah, I would be too.
What percentage of the United States is black? Their answer, 41%. We think almost half the U.S. population is African American. And that makes sense if you consume a lot of media. But it turns out black Americans are a smaller slice of the pie than they thought. The real number, 12%. Only 12% of Americans are African American.
Yeah, something
How
like
about
that.
Hispanic Americans?
If I had to guess, 25 to 30%.
Americans
The
are
poll
still
shows
obsessed
that
about
we all
race.
think that 39% of Americans are Hispanic.
Hey, yo, I have an excuse. I live in Texas. Hey, all right.
It's unfortunate.
I live in Texas.
We
Like,
have an entire
that's-
country,
it's-
the most
it's
powerful
understandable.
country
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the world,
Way off again.
still obsessed about
Only
skin color.
17% of the population's Hispanic.
Double nice.
Can't wait for
And it's not just
the AI
race that we
revolution.
have no
Can't wait
idea
for
about.
Skynet. Just
How
wipe
many
us all off the
families
face of
have an
the
annual
planet.
income of over
It'll be better that way.
$500,000?
Point families, point like 8, I think. Well, actually, no. Maybe it could be 1.5.
We think 26% of Americans.
What the fuck? 26% believe that? That's insane. What fucking moron thought this? What, did they interview people in the Hamptons?
Over half a million dollars a year. We think everybody's rich.
0.8 to 1.5.
But really, just 1% of the country earns that much.
This was 2 years ago. So I do know this because I had to file my taxes. That's how I knew the number. I actually thought it was 0.8 because as time has gone on, now this 1% number is actually closer to $800,000, not 500.
We all make much less than we think.
Yeah.
How about left-handed Americans?
7%.
How many lefties exist? We all had those lefty desks in school. Remember how goofy it felt if you got stuck in one of those? Well, we estimated that.
Bro, did he really put a clip of Dumb and Dumber? For the people that are left-handed?
34% of America is left-handed.
I'm left-handed.
Sounds reasonable. I mean, each baseball team has a bunch of lefty relievers. But the real number is 11%.
Okay. I've only known like 2 people that are left-handed my whole life.
Okay.
This is a right-hander's world, and don't forget it. How about this? How about the number of vegans or vegetarians? Well,
5%.
Americans think 30.
Damn, all right. We on the money today, boys. There it is. Jesus. Because after they said vegan, I was like, vegan's like probably 1%, right? Like vegetarian, yeah. Easy. Pre-watch? Nah, bro. Like, people think 30. Dude, I'm going to be real. This shit was fucking tragic. Because, like, bro, I'm going to go off on a tangent and I'm going to go off on a limb. Isn't this a massive fucking indication that the American dream is dead? That 26% of people believe
The American dream. You have to be sleeping to believe it.
That like, oh, a lot of people have over $500,000.
You have one friend who's left-handed.
And then the truth is,
That's
like,
cool.
it's basically fucking
Is that
no
friend
one.
me?
Dude, that is so, like, what is the subtext for this? It's so bad. What the fuck? People think everyone has it better off than them?
That's so cool, Rusty.
They probably surveyed people on Twitter. Maybe like those like drunk like party girls where they're like, hey, my man needs to make $300,000 a year. Like, what job do you have? I don't have a job. You know, like something like that maybe? Yeah, I don't know. Holy shit. This is really getting me, man.
30% of the country is vegetarian, when really 5% of the population doesn't eat meat.
We've only got 5% left until we can have a complete victory over the animals.
Which explains why
What
it's
can
the
I
only
say?
thing
I'm a
left on the
funny,
store shelves
entertaining
right
guy.
now. Nobody wants
Obviously. Yeah,
The-
it's like
the-
obviously that's
The
the
best
reason.
streamer
it.
you've ever seen.
How much of America's population, you ready?
Yes.
Lives in New York City?
No other stream is as entertaining and as funny as my stream.
2%, maybe? I think 2%.
The estimate was 30%, which would be nearly 100 million people. 1/3 of the country packed into 300 square miles here. That's what we think. The real number, 3%.
Oh man. Bro, I'm getting I feel like this isn't a game, but I feel like I'm still winning. I do. Bad. So people think 30%. So, and also like I want to go back
Wait,
real
what is it?
quick, real quick.
30% of
Let's
what?
take a look at this. So if you look
30%
at
people
this,
or what?
this was a sample of
paying
1,000
attention.
United States adult citizens, okay? Like, we're not talking about, like, oh, they interviewed some girl in Korea, and then there was a kid in Africa they interviewed, and then there's, like, Boris from Yugoslavia, and, like, the three of them came out to about 30% in New York City, right? Like, the only way that they've known about America is they watch Die Hard. Like, no. These are fucking Americans. They think it's 30%? Who the fuck said this? This is
30%
crazy.
what? That's
Foreigners
crazy.
would have done better. Yugoslavia doesn't exist. Okay, Russia, wherever. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck you like. Again, here's a little tip, hey guys. Just a little secondary thing. You know how like Eastern Europeans are always like really abrasive and obnoxious, and they love being offensive and making people mad.
Yeah,
And they act like
Rusty.
nothing
What's
will
up
ever
with that,
bother
huh?
them? Here, I'll give you a little tip. Bring up their local politics. If you want to stop them, bring up their local politics. That will totally shut them down. We hate our local politics? Yeah, that's all you need to do. It's like a fucking trap card.
Just 3% of the country lives here in New York.
It's
Ready?
not that many.
How many transgender people do you think live in the United States?
Is it people or percentages?
The people who took this poll estimated
0.5. I would say 0.5. If I had to say, yeah.
21% of our nation's population is transgender.
Wow.
21%.
Wow, really?
A quarter of the country is
21%?
trans.
Wait, yeah,
Wait.
hold up.
Is that actual? No. Oh, okay. That's the estimate. That's the estimate. I know it's absolutely low. It's like 4% or something.
No, bro. Like 21.
It's like 4 or 6%, I think. Maybe 8%.
No, there's no way, right? I
That's what people think.
think it's 0.5.
Now, are these news stories starting to make sense?
It's like 0.5.
In reality, the number is 1%.
1%.
1% is trans.
1%
Okay.
of people are actually trans.
By the way,
Damn. Is that true?
is it rounded up? Yeah, I
Where is he getting these facts? Is
yeah,
this
I feel like it's less. Let me look up. What percentage of the U.S. is trans? 1.6 million in the U.S. This is from Reuters.
Well, shoot. I guess there's just a bunch of
1.6
people who
million
like
out
seeing
of
dicks on
300,000. That
girls.
actually would be 0.5. Yeah, I
It's
thought
like
it was 0.5.
seeing,
Because like y'all know how I am. Like I mean, with numbers, like I remember
Is
a
it
lot
called
of
like
numbers.
futanari?
And so
Is
like
that
I've
it?
probably seen this like at some point, and so I remember this shit. It's less than 0.5. Yeah.
How about gay people? We spend a lot of time
7%.
There's definitely more gay
7%,
people.
I think.
than
7 to
trans.
8% identify as LGBT.
talking about sexual
Definitely more.
orientation.
Like
With
I
all
knew a
that
lesbian
attention,
in
surely
high
that number
school.
must be high. Well, Americans estimated that 30% of their fellow citizens are gay.
Yeah, not 30%. That's way too much.
Oh my God.
Wrong again. The real number is
It's probably like
Okay.
8%.
I can see why I got it wrong. The reason why is
It's
like,
3%.
gay or lesbian is only one component
keep
of
getting it wrong.
LGBT. So like, yeah, that's why. I think if you add all of it together, it's like 7% or something like that. 3%, that's crazy. 3% is way too low. I think it's too low too. Like, let me look it up right now. What percentage of the U.S. is LGBT? Now, I don't want to say that. That's a crazy number, bro. I was close. Yep. Yeah, I think it's about 7%, something like that. Because, like, you're going to have, like, there's plenty of people that are bisexual. There's plenty of people that are, you know, gay. And so you put all that together, and it's like, yeah, all that is 7% somewhere around there. How can you even identify as gay? Well, they just do a survey, and they say, are you gay? And then they look at how many people said, yeah. And then they mark that as, like, that's a gay guy. That guy's gay. Why is he gay? Well, because he said he's gay. Okay, well, then he's gay. Let's mark one for gays. Well, how do you think they figure it out, bro? Like, what do you think? How do you think? That's a +1. Yeah, 30%. There's not 30%. That's crazy.
is 3%.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is this starting to add up? The Democrats don't want you to know the real numbers because it would tank their entire agenda.
Jesse, oh my God. Jesse's always got to take it a step too far. Like, yeah, there's probably overrepresentation of minorities in, like, some shows, etc., right? I think it's pretty common that people believe that. But, like, a left-wing bias doesn't, like, how does that fit? How does New York fit into that?
Okay, now I know. I don't know if
Like,
these.
in my opinion,
I don't know if these
I think
statistics are
people
true
just
because he just said
fucking
that.
Stupid. Like, he shouldn't have shown that one if he wanted to paint this picture.
They want you to see victims around every corner.
Because now he
And
has an
elect more
agenda, right?
Democrats to
So I
run
don't
the
know
ship.
if the facts they said are true.
Millions of people who look
I'll have to
differently,
go look
with
it up
different
myself.
lifestyles, who eat differently, and who believe radically different things. It's just not true. This country is not New York City.
This speaker has a political agenda now, so I don't know if what he said before was true now.
It is the United States of
That's too
America.
bad.
Take this school situation in Florida.
This is they're
first.
brainwashed by the media. So I do think that, you know, I talked about this yesterday with, like, that one clip of that girl, and, like, by the way, like, that shit's going even more crazy. Like, let me go. I'm gonna get over here real quick. So, like, this post right here, like, I was showing this shit yesterday, right? And, like, if you go and you look at the amount of people that, like, were responding to it, bro, people were like 27,000 likes, like 5,000 likes. Like, people just don't even give a shit. Like, they don't give a fuck anymore about somebody being offended or getting mad. And I think the truth is that they never did. They never really did give a shit. It's just that for a period of time you had to pretend like you did so that you didn't get banned, basically, right? And so, and also, like, by the way, I think this is this is an overreaction. Like, I think the guy in that clip should have gotten instantly perma'd. Like, it's not even a question. But you know, that's what happens, right? Is, like, you have a like overt censorship and, like, you know, very, very, like, suppressive censorship of, like, how people can act and talk, and then you have people that are acting and talking in ways that are, like, completely out of pocket as, like, a reaction. Because, again, when you're in a circus, what are you gonna do? You're gonna act like a clown. And so that's what happens. That's the reason.
Watch
I think
the
the big
circus.
problem is that social media and, like, popular media
Why would I act
paints
like a clown in
picture
a circus?
that is very
I'm there to see the show.
misrepresentative of what people really think
silly
and
ass
how
been
people
told.
believe in things. The reason why so many people think that minorities are way higher than they actually are is because of fear-mongering of the ultra-right. They make the threat of minorities look worse than they actually are. It's a result of populism. I don't think that's a result of populism, but I think that you do bring up a good point, especially in the case of, like, illegal immigration, where, like, I do think that people overrepresent illegal immigration. I'm not certain about this, but I think that's a good example. But yeah, sure, of course that happens. But if you take a sample size of 1,000 people and these are supposed to be people that are like randomly selected, you're probably going to have you're going to have like a pretty mixed
Do
opinion.
they still even have
Example,
circuses?
Ron DeSantis signed a law banning teachers from
I don't
talking
think
about
circuses even
sexual
exist
orientation
anymore.
and gender theory in kindergarten through 3rd grade. Think about it. When did you learn about sexual orientation and gender theory? Kindergarten?
7. Because we started calling each other gay. And then I was like, what's gay? And then my mom told me what gay is. She's like, I'm like, okay. Yeah, I was like 7. Like, y'all didn't call each other gay? Like, what are y'all doing? Yeah, I was 7. Bro, we used to do that all the time.
1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd?
Asmongold
Probably
peaked
none of the
early.
above. I didn't even really start liking girls till like 5th grade. This is what the Democrats are pushing. Maybe it's not their fault. Maybe
I'm gonna watch
they're
something
among
else.
the millions of
This is stupid. We'll listen to the Sumerians again. We'll finish that up.
Educated few could understand writing, and soon a separate class of scribes emerged. The human brain would never be the same again. People could now read the words of kings and scribes who had died hundreds of years before, and they could also begin to write down everything that they had learned so it could be remembered, and more importantly, it could be built upon. Partly due to this ability to record knowledge, the technology of Sumer around this time began to take even greater leaps forward. This next period of history would be known as the period of Uruk. The period is named after the city of Uruk, which by the middle of the 4th millennium BC had grown into the largest and most powerful city in southern Mesopotamia. One of the key ways that historians mark the shift into the Uruk period is by observing a dramatic change that occurred around this time in the region's pottery. If you're thinking that the pottery must have got more sophisticated and ornate as technology improved, then you're mistaken. In fact, the ancient pottery of the Ubaid period was exceptionally beautiful. It was made on a device known as a slow wheel and painted with distinctive geometrical designs in brown or black. It was a luxury item for the select few. The shift to the Uruk period saw a great increase in the amount.
Oh, we got some lag.
This was the first era of mass production.
Looks like we're back.
The booming economy of the Sumerian cities comes to life in their documents. The clay tablets tell us that in the city of Girsu, for instance, 15,000 women were employed in the textile industry. One factory produced 1,100 tons of flour a year, as well as bread, beer, and linseed oil. This factory employed 134 specialists and 858 skilled workers, of which the vast majority were women. Since there was no currency at this time, workers were paid directly in food and other goods. The minimum ration of an unskilled factory worker consisted of 20 litres of barley a month, along with 2 litres of oil and 2 kilos of wool per year. Meanwhile, their supervisor would earn roughly twice this ration. The poor in Sumerian society were downtrodden and were probably pretty miserable. They often had to borrow food or silver from predatory moneylenders at crushing interest rates of as high as 30%. But despite this rising inequality, by the middle of the 4th millennium BC, economic advancement meant that the city of Uruk had grown into the largest and most powerful city in southern Mesopotamia. This was around the year 3500 BC, or over 5,000 years ago. By this time, Nearly 2,000 years had already passed since the original founding of the first city at Eridu. That's enough time to take us from the present moment to the age of Julius Caesar. By this time, Sumerian civilization was already ancient. But the very earliest of the pyramids of Egypt would still not be built for another 900 years. In Britain, the Neolithic monument Stonehenge was at this time just a series of barrows and earthworks, and its large stones would not be moved into place for another 1,300 years. When writing was invented in Uruk in the 32nd century BC, the last population of woolly mammoths to survive the end of the Ice Age were still clinging to life on a rocky outcrop in the East Siberian Sea, known as Wrangel Island. By this time, Uruk would have had about 50,000 inhabitants. That's only enough to fill a modern medium-sized football stadium, but at this time it was the largest city that the Earth had ever seen. The world's earliest surviving piece of literature, known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, begins in this city. It is the story of a king of Uruk named Gilgamesh, who likely ruled sometime in the 3rd millennium. Whatever the historical facts of his reign are, Gilgamesh made enough of an impression as a ruler that he went down into legend as a mythical hero.
Or a hunter.
2/3 god and 1/3 man.
Gwinknar, oh no.
And although there's much more myth
think
than
I've
fact
come
in
across
this
this guy
ancient
before.
tale, the Gilgamesh epic does tell us a little about how Sumerian society changed in the early centuries of the 3rd millennium. For one thing, it's clear that warfare had begun to increase in the region.
Oh shit,
The
you
tale
guys
opens
first.
in the powerful city of Uruk, and one
Yeah,
feature
I-
of the
I've
city
encountered that guy
is
before.
mentioned as a great source of pride. That's a ring of enormous fortified walls, as these lines from the Epic of Gilgamesh show.
Behold the outer walls which gleam like copper. See the inner wall which none can rival. Touch the threshold.
He's
stone.
another
It is from
chainsaw.
ancient days. Go up and walk on the wall of Uruk. Inspect the cornerstone and examine its brickwork. Is it not built of baked brick?
It's clear that city walls were now a necessity, but we can tell from the great pride shown in Uruk's fortifications that they may have also been quite rare. In fact, throughout the story, the city is referred to repeatedly as strong-walled Uruk. We also get a sense of how the city was divided during this time, suggesting some level of urban planning from its rulers.
These parts comprise Uruk. 1/3 for city, 1/3 for garden, 1/3 for field, and a precinct for the temple of Ishtar.
At the height of the Uruk period, the city covered an area of 2.5 square kilometers. It had a port on the river, along with workshops and cluttered houses. At the center of the city was Uruk's famous White Temple. It was elevated 21 meters and covered in white gypsum plaster that reflected the sunlight and would have caused the temple to glow during the day. If you walked the streets of Uruk during this time, you would have seen markets full of produce like beans and lentils, pomegranates and dates, jars of date syrup and oil. In the richer parts of town, houses would be built from baked bricks, but elsewhere they would be mud and clay, dried in the sun. The houses would likely be arranged in a chaotic way, creating a labyrinth of alleys and warrens, covered by reed matting to keep them cool in the heat of the day. Farmers would be carrying large bundles of reeds and wheat on their backs, and herders would bring their long-haired sheep and oxen into the city. Here and there, you would see men sitting in circles in shaded courtyards, sharing a large jar of beer in the center all sipping it through long straws made of hollow reeds. While the Sumerians did import some wines from the northern regions, it was beer that they loved most of all. They had over 30 different varieties, with names like white, dark, cloudy, and sweetened with honey. Some of their beer was flavored with herbs. It was brewed directly from the wheat and barley of the fields, and if you bought the cheapest kind, it would often still have seeds of grain floating at the bottom. One cuneiform text has even preserved a kind of drinking song.
I will summon brewers and cupbearers to serve us floods of beer and pass it around. What pleasure, what delight, blissfully to take it in, to sing jubilantly of this noble liquor, our hearts enchanted and our souls radiant.
We can imagine the conversations that these ancient people would have had around their jars of beer, probably not that different to the conversations you'd find in any bar or pub today. Some of these everyday concerns have been preserved in lists of ancient Sumerian proverbs. These groups of beer drinkers would doubtless have complained that they were not appreciated at work.
I am a thoroughbred steed, but I am hitched to a mule, and must draw a cart and carry reeds and stubble.
Others would have commiserated about one of the oldest human concerns, not having enough money.
The poor man is better dead than alive. If he has bread, he has no salt. If he has salt, he has no bread.
And as with drinkers in all parts of history, they would have fallen out and shouted insults at each other in the streets.
If you were put in water, the water would become foul. If you were put in a garden, the fruit would rot.
At night, people usually slept on their rooftops, since the heat inside the houses would have been too much for them. The city would have been a pungent mixture of smells. Pottery kilns and brickworks would have belched smoke throughout the day. There were no drainage systems in the roads, and people would have thrown their waste out into the street. In the houses, people laid down layers of clay, crushed gypsum dust, and reed mats to create a soft carpet-like effect. From the epicenter of this great metropolis, the Uruk civilization sent out ripples across the world, and eventually a number of similarly great cities rose up around it. But as the fourth millennium drew to a close, another Sumerian city was rising in power, and soon it would take Uruk's place as the new center of Sumerian culture. It would flourish into realms of untold wealth and push the boundaries of what humanity thought possible in the realms of art and architecture. It's the city whose ruins we opened this episode with, and the name of that city was Ur. Ur was situated right at the point where the Euphrates River met the sea. It was a trading port and fishing town, where seagulls would have circled and fishermen came in with their catches of fish, oysters and turtles. Its position both on the sea and the river would have made it a booming hub of the region's trade. As we've already seen, if you needed clay or reeds, southern Iraq was the place to be. But for virtually everything else they needed, the Sumerians had to import from other lands. But luckily for them, they always had something to trade. They were alone among almost all the nations of the ancient Middle East, in that they produced a large surplus and variety of food. Archaeology shows that due to their farming abilities, the Mesopotamians of antiquity enjoyed a far more rich and varied diet than their neighbors in either Turkey or Iran. We have even uncovered some ancient Sumerian recipes, written down on clay tablets. This is the recipe for a dish they called tuhu, and it gives you a sense of the variety they enjoyed.
Get the water ready. Add fat, salt, beer, onion, rocket, coriander, semolina, cumin, and beetroot. Add them to the cooking pot. Then pound leek and garlic together and add. Let all blend and reduce to a pulp, then sprinkle with coriander and carrot.
Boats full of wheat and grains, dried
That sounds
reeds
good,
and figs
actually.
were now forging up the rivers,
That sounds like something I'd cook.
bringing food to all the neighbouring lands. And in return, other resources flowed back. Copper came down from the mountains of northwestern Iran, and later by ship from the island of Cyprus. Tin travelled through the long mountain passes from Afghanistan, as it would throughout the later Bronze Age. Silver came down the Euphrates on barges, from Turkey's Taurus Mountains, while gold came overland from Egypt and by ship from India. Ordinary wood for everyday building could be chopped in the Zagros Mountains of Iran to the east, but for finer constructions, for palaces and ornate city gates,
Zagros
only the
Mountains. That's
prized
actually a
wood
pretty
of
cool
the
name.
cedar tree would do. This was brought by ship from Lebanon,
Need to go look up
where it grew among the high mountain
names of
passes.
different places. Be interesting
In
to add
fact,
into the game.
one episode in the Epic of Gilgamesh relates the king's quest to slay a monster in the mountains of Lebanon and steal this beautiful wood from its forest. The ancient Sumerians traded in what we would consider a truly globalized way. From their tiny coast on the Persian Gulf, their ships sailed out to trading ports in modern Bahrain and Oman, and from there they sailed along the coast to trade with another of the world's most ancient and mysterious cultures, the people we know today as the Indus Valley Civilization. From there, the Sumerians got all kinds of spices and gemstones like carnelian, as well as the brilliant blue lapis lazuli that the Sumerians adored. They used it to make jewelry and amulets, inlays in gaming boards, musical instruments, and sculptures of astonishing beauty. All of this trade would have passed through Ur and swelled the city to a wealth that likely no other human habitation had ever achieved. Grave goods uncovered in Ur show not only the incredible wealth of its rulers, but also magnificent craftsmanship that suggests an advanced community of artists. One such artifact, found in a royal tomb in Ur, has given us an incredible insight into the lives and manners of the ancient Sumerians. It's an ornate, decorative piece of furniture, inlaid with a mosaic of shell, red limestone, and lapis lazuli, and its images show detailed scenes from everyday life around 4,600 years ago. Today, it is called the Standard of Ur. On one side, the artifact shows images of the Sumerians
Where's
at
the
war,
video about
the
world
chariots
building?
pulled by donkeys,
Like
the
how to create
soldiers wearing
names.
leather capes and helmets, the men
Cool.
carrying spears and axes. On the other side, it depicts the Sumerians at peace.
Yeah, there's a structure to it,
Farmers
isn't
and
it?
herders
It's
working
not
on
just
one
like
level,
you can,
and
you can
above
just,
them,
like,
the scribes
make
with their
something up.
shaved heads sitting at their
There is a
desks.
structure to naming places.
At this time, urbanism in the Sumerian world was reaching its peak.
Well, usually.
By the end of the 3rd millennium, a majority of the region's population would live in cities. And in this newly urbanized world, the economic power of Ur remained king. Over the next centuries, its power expanded and contracted, and at one point, some of its kings wrote inscriptions, calling themselves both the king of Ur and the king of Kish, another city that lay nearby. This suggests that Ur may have subdued some of its neighbors under its political control. But by the mid-3rd millennium, it seems the influence of Ur began to wane. This was a new militarized age, when the power of trade and diplomacy seems to have no longer been enough. And one city, called Lagash, truly came into its own in this era of violence. Lagash was a slaving city. It had grown rich by raiding villages in the hills, kidnapping people and selling them across the region. Sometime around the year 2500 BC, Lagash fell out with its neighbor, a city called Umma. The dispute seems to have been over a stretch of farmland along the river, and it caused the two cities to go to war. One carved stone monument from this time, known as a stele, captures something of the spirit of this age. It is known as the Stele of the Vultures. The upper part of the stone is normal enough. It shows the king of Lagash, a man named Eannatum, leading his soldiers into battle. They wear leather helmets and skirts made of reeds, shouldering their spears. These spears would have likely been topped with blades of copper or bronze, and would have flashed red in the sun as they marched. The king is riding ahead of them in an early chariot, wearing an animal skin slung across his chest, with a spear and a container of javelins beside him. When the armies met, the stele shows King Eannatum of Lagash dismounting from his chariot and proceeding to lead his men on foot. They advance in a phalanx, a tight square of men with broad shields protecting their fronts, and a porcupine of short spears jutting out ahead. The fighting was bitter. Eannatum was struck in the eye by an arrow, but he lived on to see his army to victory, as the inscription on the stele records.
Eannatum struck at Umma. The bodies were soon 3,600 in number. I, Eannatum, like a fierce storm wind, I unleashed the tempest.
As the soldiers of Umma tried to flee the bloody battlefield, the stele shows the soldiers of Lagash cutting them down and trampling them beneath their feet. There's something to this carving that to me embodies something of a change in the spirit of Sumerian warfare. It's a particular kind of nastiness that revels in the suffering of your enemies, and this is shown most clearly in the part of the carving that gives it its name. These are the vultures flying overhead, carrying the severed heads of the soldiers of Umma in their beaks, picking at their tongues and eyes. It clearly shows a kind of massacre perpetrated by the city of Lagash, and it does so with relish. Due to military victories of this kind, the slaving city of Lagash went on to conquer much of southern Mesopotamia. Lagash established what some historians have called the first true empire in the world, but its rule was short-lived. In these ancient times, administrating even one city was difficult, and the empire of Lagash, despite its military success, was soon critically overstretched. To make matters worse, King Eannatum seems to have ruled through what amounts to a campaign of terror. Unsurprisingly, his rule was unpopular, and revolts rose up against him. As the hated empire of Lagash fractured and collapsed, the ruler of one of its subjugated cities seized his chance. He was the king of Umma, the city whose defeat and humiliation is depicted with such relish on the stele of the vultures, and his name was Lugal-Zagezi. It's not clear exactly what made Lugal-Zagezi so successful, but it's clear he was animated by an ardent desire for revenge against the empire of Lagash. Perhaps he had even been at the battle when King Eannatum had slaughtered thousands of his fellow citizens. He rose in rebellion against Lagash, and quickly toppled kings that were still loyal to the empire, in the cities of Kish and Larsa. Then he marched on the great city of Ur itself, and the mighty walled fortress of Uruk. These both fell in turn, and the rebel Lugalzagezi moved his capital to Uruk. Finally, he marched on the city of Lagash itself, the heart of the empire, and it's here that that fiery vengeance in his heart burst out. The city didn't hold out for long. Lugalzagezi burst over its walls, sacked the city, and burned it to the ground. Even by the standards of the time, this seems to have been a shocking act, as one piece of Sumerian poetry recalls with sorrow.
Because the man of Amma destroyed the bricks of Lagash, he committed a sin against the city's god. The god will cut off any hand raised against him. May Nadaba, the personal goddess of
give me a sec.
Lugalzagezi, make him bear all.
Guys, I gotta go cook something for Shirley. She's not feeling very well. Give me like 10 minutes. Okay, I'm back.
These sins.
After sacking Lagash, Lugal-Zaghesi's momentum seems to have been unstoppable. He worked his way north, up the course of the two rivers,
Well, if we
and
didn't
soon he had
have-
conquered all the regions that Lagash had once claimed.
He's had like
One inscription written by him even claims to have conquered all the lands between what he calls the upper
Nah, it
and
needs
the
the
lower
tentacles.
seas,
Definitely needs the tentacles.
meaning from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean coast.
The great god Enlil gave kingship of the land to him, the region from the lower sea through the Tigris and Euphrates to the upper sea.
It's like we got a hiccup in the stream.
32 kings
never mind.
gathered against him, but he defeated them and smote their cities and prostrated their lords and destroyed the whole countryside as
Maybe we
far
do.
as the silver mines.
Admittedly, this is probably something of an exaggeration. The Sumerians had never been able to maintain distant colonies or occupy far-off lands for very long. It's more likely that Lugal-Zaghesi pulled off something like a successful raiding party on the coast, perhaps looting some towns and cities and bringing treasure back to Uruk. But this was the first time that a Sumerian prince had ever made this claim. For them, this upper sea was the western edge of their entire world. And the idea of a king who might conquer all the lands between the seas began to possess the imaginations of all the kings who came after. But King Lugal-Zaghesi, like the rulers of Lagash before him, had made the critical mistake of overstretching his resources. This empire was simply too big. Before long, civil wars and rebellions broke out between the various Sumerian cities. In this time of chaos, the other great people of Mesopotamia began to fancy their chances at ruling. These were the people who up until this moment had been something of a junior partner in the civilization of southern Iraq. These were the people of Akkad. One man would soon lead them in an outright rebellion against the Sumerian Empire. He would go down in history with a name that in Akkadian means the one true king. That name was Sargon, and he ushered in the twilight of the Sumerian age. Like many episodes in Sumerian history, the origin story of Sargon of Akkad is one you might find familiar if you were brought up on the stories of the Bible. He was born sometime in the middle of the 24th century BC, and legend has it that as a baby he was found in a reed basket on the banks of the Tigris. He was found by a gardener who worked in the palace in the city of Kish, and who brought him up as his son. But
Be right back. Okay, I'm back. You don't have to stream as Shirley's sick. Nah, I think she just didn't like eat food today or something. She ate like some really spicy noodles, and then she just had like a pretzel or something. So I made her some ramen and dumplings.
Like the biblical Moses, this foundling child had big ambitions. There seems to have been something special about him. Something about his charming manners meant that he was soon
You're
taken on
starving
as
her.
a cupbearer in the palace, bringing wine
Yeah.
to the lords and royalty
I
of
gotta
the
use
kingdom.
food as a motivation.
This was a
tool.
position of high honor, and a way for a young man to gain influence at court. The young Sargon
If the
must have
dishes
proven
and the
himself in
laundry
other
don't
ways
get done.
too. That's because he was
No
soon
food.
entrusted
That's
with
just
a
how it is in
mission
this
of the
household.
utmost secrecy and importance. At this time, Kish was still part of Lugal-Zagezi's Sumerian Empire, stretching over all the lands between the two seas.
This
The
bit here looks
Sumerian
a little
king
bit
Lugal-Zagezi
artificial.
was away
Maybe
on a distant campaign,
make this
possibly
look more
fighting in the
organic.
lands of Syria or putting down a rebellion in a far-flung province. The young Sargon was given a small band of fighting men and told to travel to the city of Uruk, where Lugal-Zagezi kept his royal court. Their plan was to strike the city in a surprise attack, to knock out the capital of this new empire and free the city of Kish from imperial control. It was a daring plan. The tall city walls of Uruk, immortalized in legend, must have looked daunting to the young Sargon and his men as they readied for their attack. But Lugal-Zagezi had taken much of his army with him on campaign and left few behind to defend his capital. The attack came as a complete surprise. Sargon's men overcame their defenses, poured over their walls, and the defenders fled. Sargon captured the city, and before reinforcements could arrive, he broke down several sections of those famous city walls. It was a deeply symbolic act, and a strike against the might of Lugal-Zagezi's empire. King Lugal-Zagezi must have been enraged. He swung around from his distant war-making and marched back home, gathering all his subject kings to him as he went. Inscriptions record that as many as 50 kings may have marched under his banner, and their task was easy enough: to crush the forces of one small city-state. But Sargon seems to have been one of those characters from history, one of those geniuses like Hannibal or Napoleon, who are able to turn battles in their favor no matter the odds. We don't know how he did it, but in a pitched battle with the whole amassed force of the empire, it was Sargon's army that emerged victorious. Lugal-Zagezi was captured, and Sargon marched him through the gates of the holy city of Nippur wearing a neckstock, a heavy piece of wood clapped around his neck and shoulders like an oxen. This would have been humiliating, of course, but here again is where Sargon sets himself apart from other rulers of the time. That's because he seems to have had something of a merciful streak. The old king Lugal-Zagezi wasn't killed. Incredibly, he was allowed to continue on as the governor of Uruk, so long as he swore an oath to the High King Sargon. Sargon founded a new city to act as his empire's capital, and he named it Akkad. From there, he would go on to conquer much of what the preceding empires had before, as one inscription beneath a statue in the city of Nippur claims.
Sargon the king of Kish triumphed in 34 battles over the cities, up to the edge of the sea, and destroyed their walls. He bowed down to the gods, and the gods gave him the upper land, up to the cedar forest, and up to the Silver Mountain.
And Sargon didn't make the mistakes of his predecessors. At each city he conquered, he made a point of destroying the city's walls, reducing its ability to defend itself, and therefore reducing the likelihood of it rebelling against his rule. He conducted a ceremony to
Oh, what's up with my internet?
symbolize his mastery over the whole land. He washed his weapons in the waters of both the Persian Gulf and the Mediterranean Sea. But once the dust of war had settled, his achievements went on. He made efforts to centralize the empire's administration and even reformed the dating system. His reforms strengthened the central state and increased the stability of the empire. In many ways, he was something of a progressive and enlightened ruler. But Sargon was also Akkadian, and he was what we today might call a nationalist. Until now, Sumerian had been the official language of royal inscriptions on palaces and temples. But during Sargon's reign, Akkadian began to be used in official inscriptions for the first time. The cuneiform alphabet was now re-engineered to write Akkadian, and Sargon also gave himself the new title, King of Akkad. He appointed only his fellow Akkadians to key positions in the government, and garrisoned Sumerian cities with Akkadian troops to ensure their loyalty. The two people of Mesopotamia, who had lived and grown together for millennia, were now beginning to drift apart. Resentment in the southern Sumerian-speaking cities began to reach a boiling point. Sargon ruled for 55 years, and towards the end of his reign, this resentment bubbled over, as one later Babylonian text recalls.
In his old age, all the lands revolted against him, and they besieged him in Akkad the city. But he went forth to battle and defeated them. He knocked them over and destroyed their vast army.
For the meantime, it's clear that Sargon's flair for battle kept his empire together. But as the old king weakened, virtually all the southern cities burst out in open rebellion. When Sargon of Akkad died around the year 2284, his two sons had to take over and try to fix the mess he had left behind. The first of these sons was called Rimush. He ruled for 9 years, and spent most of them in bitter battles to reconquer the rebellious Sumerian cities of the south. He crushed rebellions in Ur, Umma, Lagash, and Adab, and one of the years in which he ruled is even known as the year that Adab was destroyed. When Rimush died, Sargon's other son, Manishtushu, took over. He seems to have resorted to the kinds of terror tactics that had once made the kings of Lagash so hated. It was Sargon's grandson, a man named Naram Sin, who would return the empire to its former greatness.
What's up, curses?
He managed to quell the Sumerian rebellion in its southern heartlands, and returned the empire of Akkad to stability. And Naram Sin didn't rule only by force. It seems he made some effort to reconcile the two intertwined peoples of Mesopotamia, breaking from his grandfather's title, King of Akkad, and ruling under the more diplomatic title, King of Sumer and Akkad. But this didn't entirely heal the rift that was even now continuing to grow between these two peoples. Part of the problem was that the Sumerian people were no longer the primary cultural force in the region. For centuries, Akkadian had been gradually replacing Sumerian as a spoken language. Some of this may have been down to the official policies of the Akkadian
Happy that I'm working
Empire,
on something new though.
discouraging the use of
the
Sumerian
vampire
in
is fun to
official
work on, but
documents. But it was
I had
also
been working on
affected
that for a while.
by the increasingly cosmopolitan makeup of the empire. Sumerian, as we've seen, was a language isolate, with a different structure and sound to all the languages around it. But the people who lived in all the surrounding lands spoke languages that were linguistic cousins of Akkadian, all in the Semitic family of languages. They had the same grammar and even shared sounds and words with Akkadian. Learning Akkadian for them would have been like an English speaker learning French or Spanish, while Sumerian would have been like learning Korean. Akkadian was just easier to learn for these people, and so it would naturally become the language of trade and commerce.
Okay. Who's the fingers
The
haunted?
people of Mesopotamia
Hunter
had
just
been
died.
largely bilingual for
Interesting.
centuries.
Wonder who
But
the invader
gradually,
is.
all Sumerians would have learned to speak Akkadian.
It might be a campfire
and
duelist.
fewer and fewer Akkadians would have needed to learn Sumerian.
In fact, it probably
Slowly,
is a campfire
Sumerian
duelist.
language began to fade. But the days of the Akkadian Empire were also numbered, and the Sumerians would get one more chance to leave
take
their
a look,
mark
see
on
what's
the
going
world's
on.
history. When the great Akkadian king
like they're
Naram Sin
fighting.
died,
They're getting a lot.
his son Shah Kalishari took over.
It's a nice name.
He was Sargon of Akkad's
Ooh.
great-grandson.
Someone has
And
the
4
Halo
years into
Nicholas
his reign, a great
sight.
celestial
I think it's Sir
sign
Genkalot,
would have
yeah.
appeared in the skies overhead.
Okay, maybe it's Swiftwind Sun Shard.
Far
I'll come
out
back,
in the depths
come
of
around from
space,
behind,
nearly
see if you see
200
me or
million
not.
kilometers away from Earth, a giant ball of ice and dust, 40 kilometers
He's dead.
across, flew
He
past.
doesn't know it.
Sometime around the year
how did that not kill
2213
him?
BC. This was the comet Hale-Bopp. It would spend the next 4 millennia or so flying through our solar system on a deep elliptical orbit
Oh,
until
shit.
it flew past the Earth again as a blazing streak of light
Okay, well
in
done.
the year 1997.
Those things come out a lot faster than you think.
It was the brightest comet with the longest tail that has ever been observed in our night skies. It remained visible with the naked eye for 18 months. In 1997, the sight of the comet in San Diego, California, caused 39 members of an apocalyptic cult called Heaven's Gate to commit suicide by drinking a lethal mixture of vodka and phenobarbital.
Whoa, what?
They believed that their souls would be carried away on a spaceship that was hidden behind the iridescent tail of the comet. And we can only imagine what effect the sight of this comet may have had on ancient people. Some may have looked up and seen the blessings of the gods, smiling on the lands of Sumer and Akkad. Others may have stared up at that lonely cosmic traveler and seen a sign of doom. Ultimately, it was these latter who would prove correct. During the reign of King Shah Kalishari, the world's climate underwent a mysterious and sudden shift. This change is known only by the cryptic name, the 4.2 kiloyear event. It has been tentatively linked to changes that took place in the sea ice of the North Atlantic, causing ripples throughout the world's delicate and intimately interlinked climate systems. But whatever the causes, its effects were dramatic. In various places around the world, it coincided with periods of reduced rainfall. Studies of dust layers in Iraq and the Middle East have shown that around this time annual rainfall dropped dramatically, and the climate became much more arid. The annual floods of the rivers, on which so much of the agriculture of the region depended, would now routinely fail, and famine would set in. And this dry period wasn't brief. In fact, it would
Is it just my internet, or is it like YouTube?
Would last for well over a century, and some think it may have even lasted for the next 300 years. This period of drought and the famines it caused were mentioned in Egyptian
Oh, I have
texts
this
of the time
on.
too,
Let's go set it to
and it
720p,
affected
just so
cultures
it
all around the
loads
globe.
faster. I think I had it like on the max
It's
setting.
been linked to civilizational collapses in Egypt's Old Kingdom, the Indus Valley civilization in India, and the
4K.
Langzhou culture in China. In Mesopotamia around this time, still ruled by the Akkadian Empire, it's clear that resources became suddenly scarce. The days of a booming surplus of food were over, and it's around this time that the first towns and cities began to be abandoned in the drier zones of the north. After the death of King Shah Kalishari around the year 2193 BC, a period of chaos and bitter civil war descended on the empire of Akkad. The Sumerian king list records this period with an almost sarcastic tone.
Then who was king? Who was not the king? 4 of them ruled in only 3 years.
All this chaos did not go unnoticed. In the mountains overlooking the plains of Mesopotamia, a nomadic tribal people known as the Guti were watching.
I think it's my ISP. This ISP that I have
Who the
really
Guti were,
sucks.
what language they spoke,
Before,
and
like,
which
I had
gods they
0
worshipped,
issues with
we don't
internet.
know. They
Now I
seem to
always have
been an
internet issues.
unsophisticated nomadic people,
Definitely gotta
and
switch
the
back
ancient
to
Sumerian
our old
texts
ISP
reserve particular contempt for them.
after this.
The Guti were unhappy people, unaware of how to revere the gods, and ignorant of the right religious practices.
The Guti had raided and plundered along the borders of the Akkadian Empire for years, burning villages and stealing cattle.
Give me a sec. Alright, I'm back.
One remarkable letter, dating from the reign of King Shah Kali-Shari, was written by an Akkadian lord who
Hey,
owned
Braga.
land on the borders of the Guti territory. He tells
What's
his
up? Same
workers
old.
to ignore the Guti attacks and keep working. Although it's clear he does this
Work.
while keeping himself at a safe distance.
Cultivate the field and watch over the cattle. Do not tell me the Guti enemies are around. I
Is
could
edging
not
right now.
cultivate the field.
I am
Sentries
here.
at
I just
1
got
mile
back.
intervals, and if the Guti try to attack you, take all the cattle into the village. Now I swear on the life of King Shah Kali-Shari that if the Guti
Yeah,
men
this area
drive
needs
off
to
the
be
cattle
smoother.
and you cannot pay for them yourself, I won't pay you any silver when I come to town.
For years now, these hill people had watched as drought ravaged the settled societies of the river valley. They watched as the city dwellers fought over the increasingly scarce farmland. And it's in this moment of weakness that they chose to strike. The Guti gathered their forces and marched down from the hills into the lands of Sumer, this time not to raid, but to invade and take these lands for themselves. One remarkable literary text relates the tragic events of those days. It was written a few centuries later and is called The Curse of Akkad. In this version of the story, the great god Enlil is angry at the king of Akkad for disrespecting the gods, and he summons the Guti as a punishment. The hill people are imagined as monstrous creatures, half animal, with a language that sounded to the Sumerians like the barking of dogs.
Enlil, what destruction he wrought. He raised his eyes to the mountain and mustered the whole mountain as one. The rebellious people, the land whose people is without number, Gutium, that land that brooks no control, whose understanding is human, but whose appearance and stuttering words are that of a dog. Enlil brought them down from the mountain. In vast numbers, like locusts, they covered the earth. Nothing escaped their arm. No one escaped their arm. All the lands raised a bitter cry on their city walls.
It's not clear how many men were in the Guti army, but they were enough to quickly overwhelm the weakened forces of Akkad. It seems the Guti practiced hit-and-run tactics, raiding supply lines and leaving scorched earth behind them. Their attacks devastated the economy of Akkad, and the already drought-ridden and war-torn society began to fall apart.
For the first time since cities were built and founded, the great agricultural tracts produced no grain. The inundated tracts produced no fish. The irrigated orchards produced neither syrup nor wine. The gathered clouds did not rain. The plants did not grow. He who slept on the roof died on the roof. He who slept in the house had no burial. People were flailing at themselves from hunger.
The weakened Akkadian society folded completely beneath the pressure of the Guti attacks. The demoralized Akkadian army went out to meet this fearsome enemy in battle and was defeated. Soon after, the Guti swept down on the city of Akkad and burned it to the ground. They destroyed Sargon city so utterly that its ruins have never been found. The Guti attempted to set up their own dynasty and rule over the lands of Sumer. But for a number of reasons, they were not successful. After all, as empires in our own day have found out, it's much easier to conquer a country than it is to rule it. Cuneiform sources suggest that the Guti administration showed little concern for maintaining agriculture, written records, or public safety. The Guti were not literate, and would have struggled to administrate an empire that for over a millennium had relied on the power of the written word. For reasons known only to them, and perhaps relating to their nomadic lifestyle, they didn't believe in keeping animals in pens. They released all of the land's livestock to roam about the countryside freely. Their policies soon brought even further famine and caused a massive increase in the price of grain. Under neglect and lack of investment, the land's infrastructure began to crumble. The poetry of the Curse of Akkad shows how the roads of the kingdom began to fall apart and become overgrown with weeds, while long grass grew on the tow paths where oxen used to pull barges.
The grass grows long on your canal bank towpaths. The grass of mourning grows on your highways laid for wagons. Wild rams and snakes of the mountains allow no one to pass on your towpaths, built up with canal sediment.
The destruction of the central authority of the Akkadian Empire meant that during this time a number of Sumerian city-states reasserted their independence. And it seems the Guti, weakened by their failing attempt to hold an empire together, don't seem to have been able to do much to stop them. The Guti occupied southern Iraq for more than 150 years. And this period was by all accounts a time of suffering. It was a miniature Dark Age, where written records are unsophisticated as well as few and far between. But as resentment to their rule grew, rebellions rose around the country, and one Sumerian man would see the opportunity this period of crisis provided. He was filled with a desire to return the lands of Sumer to the rule of a Sumerian king, and his name was Utu-Hengal. Little is known about the life of Utu-Hengal. He was a Sumerian and may have been the governor of Uruk during the final years of the Gutian period. He must have watched as the ongoing famine ravaged his people, and the arrogant Guti kings refused to do anything about it, violently punishing any resistance to them. At this time, a new Guti king had just ascended to the throne of Sumer and Akkad. His name was Tirigan, and he seems to have been typical of the Guti rulers. He cared little for maintaining the land's infrastructure, and even destroyed elements of it to punish populations who rebelled against him, as recalled in the Sumerian king list.
Tirigan's troops established themselves everywhere. Nobody would leave their cities to face him. In the south, in Sumer, he blocked the water from the fields. In the uplands, he closed off the roads. Because of him, the grass grew high on the highways of the land.
Tirigan had been on the throne for only 40 days, and he was still in the middle of consolidating his rule. It's clear that Utu-Hengal, the governor of Uruk, thought that this was the time to make his move. His plan may have been in place for years. Perhaps he sent out secret envoys to the other Sumerian cities of the south, telling them to prepare for war the moment a new king ascended to the throne. And then, when everything was in place and his moment came, he struck. When Tirigan heard of this rebellion, he must have been enraged. But he doesn't seem to have been the bravest of kings. He sent two of his generals, men named Unenazu and Nabi-Enlil, to lead his armies in his place, while he stayed back home in the palace. Meanwhile, the rebel leader Utu-Hengal massed his forces and marched to meet the two Guti generals on the field. On his way to the decisive battle, he stopped at the temple of Ishkur, the Sumerian god of storms, and made an offering. He may have sacrificed a lamb or goat and sang an ancient prayer in the Sumerian tongue before the altar of the god. Then he marched out to meet Tirigan's armies.
After departing from the temple of Ishkur, on the fourth day he set up camp in Nagsu on the Surungal Canal. He captured the generals of Tirigan, sent as envoys to Sumer, and put chains on their hands.
Utuhengal was victorious. And here again, we see that the Guti king Tirigan wasn't the courageous sort. After getting the news that his generals had been defeated, he fled north to a city called Dabrum. The Sumerian king list records what happened next.
Then Tirigan, the king of the Guti, ran away alone on foot. He thought himself safe in Dabrum, where he fled to save his life. But since the people of Dabrum knew that Utuhengal was a king endowed with power by Enlil, they did not let Tirigan go, and an envoy of Utuhengal arrested Tirigan together with his wife and children in Dabrum. He put handcuffs and a blindfold on him.
After centuries, the Sumerians finally rejected both Guti and Akkadian rule. For the first time since the reign of Sargon, a Sumerian king would once again rule over the lands of Sumer.
Utuhengal made the Guti, the fanged snakes of the mountains, go back to drink again from the rocky crevices. He brought back the kingship of Sumer.
Utuhengal's successful rebellion ushered in an era known today as the Third Dynasty of Ur, and sometimes called the Neo-Sumerian Empire. Others have even called this the Sumerian Renaissance. It was the final flourishing of Sumerian culture, but it was a flourishing that would leave an indelible mark on human history. Despite bringing the kingship back to Sumer, the rebel king Utuhengal didn't rule for long. He died in unusual circumstances after only 7 years, apparently killed when a river dam that he was inspecting burst, sweeping him away in a flood. If you think this sounds suspicious, it's because it probably is. One of Utuhengal's more ambitious governors, a man named Ur-Nammu, came to the throne soon after, and some historians have certainly raised questions about whether he had a hand in that dam bursting, if indeed any dam burst at all. Regardless of the way he rose to power, Ur-Nammu proved to be an effective ruler and an outstanding administrator. He standardized bronze weights that merchants used in the market and created a standardized weight that would lay down the foundations for the first currencies. He divided silver into a unit known as the mina, which was made up of 60 shekels. Ur-Nammu also wrote down a code of laws that today is the earliest surviving example of a legal code, 3 centuries older than the more famous Code of Hammurabi. Here are a few examples of the laws contained within.
Number 17. If a slave escapes from the city limits and someone returns him, the owner shall pay 2 shekels to the one who returned him. Number 18. If a man knocks out the eye of another man, he shall weigh out half a mina of silver. Number 19. If a man has cut off another man's foot, he is to pay 10 shekels.
Among all his other achievements,
If a man has cut
Ur-Nammu
off
was
another
also
man's
a
foot,
prodigious builder.
you get 10 shekels
He
for that.
constructed buildings at the cities of Nippur, Larsa, Kish, Adab, and Umma. He rebuilt the kingdom's roads
Best
and
we can do,
irrigation
10
ditches
shekels.
after the long decades of neglect under the Guti rule. But more than anything, Ur-Nammu loved to build ziggurats. These are the distinctive stepped towers that were the hallmarks and pinnacle of Sumerian architecture. Each one rose in 3 layers like a wedding cake, with steps leading up to the top. They would have been painted with white gypsum paint. The priests who kept them may have grown plants and trees on the terraces that lined them, and birds would have roosted high up in these tall towers. Under Ur-Nammu, soon every Sumerian city would have a ziggurat. and they formed the focal point of the cities. The greatest of these was the ziggurat that Ur-Nammu built in his home city of Ur. The ziggurat of Ur is enormous. In its day, it would have soared up to a height of 30 meters, or nearly 10 stories, towering over all the other low-lying buildings in the city. It was built purely from baked clay bricks and held together with the tarry substance bitumen. It's thought that it would have taken at least 1,500 workers more than 5 years just to build its base. Farmers up to 20 kilometers away would have been able to see this enormous shape rising on the horizon. To them, it would have testified to the power of the city of Ur and the god who lived there. But despite this late flourishing, the age of the Sumerians was passing. And part of the reason for this lay in the soil beneath their feet. All river water contains small amounts of salts and other minerals, and the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, flowing over the limestone rocks of the Taurus Mountains, contain more than most. When ancient farmers diverted this water into their fields to feed their crops, the hot sun would evaporate this water, and traces of salt would be left behind. In places with a reasonable amount of rainfall, the rain would wash this salt away. But in the arid conditions of Iraq, the salt stays right where it is. Over time, this small amount builds up on the surface of the soil, and eventually plants find it difficult to grow. The records of the Sumerian scribes paint a bleak picture. They kept meticulous notes of crop yields year on year, and from around 2350 BC, their texts show the gradual reduction of crops across the region. One telltale detail shows us that the salt content of the soil might have been to blame. While their main crop of wheat gradually reduced over the centuries, the rates of barley production remained constant. Barley, as we know today, is particularly resistant to salt-rich soil. Texts uncovered from the city of Girsu show that around the year 3550 BC, wheat and barley were being produced in equal amounts. But after 1,000 years of irrigation, wheat accounted for only 1/6 of the crop. And only a few centuries later, in the 21st century BC, wheat was less than 2% of the annual harvest. This all points to a sharp increase in the salt content of the soil. You can sometimes hear very simplistic narratives surrounding soil salination in the south of Iraq. The Sumerians are sometimes portrayed as stupid or greedy, damaging the land in their ignorance. But that's not entirely fair. Although they didn't have our modern understanding, they did know that soil needed to be rested for several seasons if it was to remain fertile. And they did take steps to adapt to the changing condition of the soil, switching almost exclusively to barley and replacing the role of wheat in their diet. They also developed methods for draining the soil and reducing the rate of salination. But soil salinity is a challenge that still causes problems for farmers in Iraq today, despite all our technology and scientific knowledge. While the ancient people worked hard to mitigate the decline, the overall trend as the centuries wore on was slow but unstoppable. The soil was gradually failing. And with the population of Sumerian cities growing and the long drought dragging on, the demands on this farmland were only increasing. Eventually, a thick layer of salt would encrust the topsoil, and little would grow at all. Today, when you walk around the deserts of Iraq, The soil in some areas has a crumbly crust that cracks underfoot, peeling like old varnish. This is the salt that slowly began to choke the life from the earth, and in turn choke the life from the civilization of Sumer. But the end of Sumerian culture would come not from the soil, but at the tip of a spear. As the Sumerians struggled to eke ever-decreasing barley crops from the salty soil, it seems that once again, hostile outside forces began to sense weakness in this once great empire. After their failed attempt at empire building, the nomadic Guti had retreated to their mountains and returned to their nomadic ways. But they still posed a threat to Sumerian lands, just as they always had, raiding towns and making away with cattle. Putting a stop to these raids was the focus of much of the King Ur-Nammu's reign. He raised an army and marched into the Guti lands with the aim of putting a stop to the threat forever. It's unclear whether he actually met them in battle, or whether he was struck by one of their characteristic ambushes. Either way, Ur-Nammu was killed in the mountains, far from home. The death of this king, which would begin the final death spiral of Sumerian culture, was commemorated in a lengthy epic poem known as the Death of Ur-Nammu.
He who was beloved by the troops could not raise his neck any more. The wise one lay down. Silence descended. As he who was the vigor of the land had fallen, the land became demolished like a mountain. Like a cypress forest, it was stripped. Its appearance changed.
The poem tells the story of Ur-Nammu descending into the underworld and giving his offerings to the gods who lived there. And in the afterlife, the poem gives Ur-Nammu himself this final lament.
Now, just as the rain pouring down from heaven cannot turn back, I can never return to see the beautiful bricks of Ur.
4 Sumerian kings would follow Ur-Nammu. Some, like the king Shulgi, enjoyed successes on the battlefield and developed and reformed the economy as much as they could. But their reigns were characterized by ongoing threats from the wild mountain regions. The drought was still biting. The soil was becoming increasingly choked by salt. And as food got scarce, more and more nomadic people were driven to raiding and plundering to feed themselves. By now, the Guti were far from the only people who threatened the border of Sumer and Akkad. One tribe in particular, known as the Martu, posed a particular threat. The Martu were a Semitic sheep-herding people from the mountains of Syria and Lebanon. Like the Guti, the Sumerians considered them to be wild and barbarous, and tended to describe them in contemptuous but also fearful terms.
I can't read.
The Martu, the powerful south wind, who from the remote past have not known cities. The Martu who know no grain. The Martu who know no house or town. The savages of the mountains. The Martu who eat raw meat, who are not buried after their death.
Another text
Faded by
describes them
sordid
in similar animalistic
Behind us.
terms as the Guti.
The hostile Martu have entered the plains. The Martu are ravaging people with canine instincts like wolves.
And it's clear
Just
that
gotta
around
run.
this time
Just
of
gotta
drought
run.
and famine,
Just
the
gotta keep
Martu
running.
were finding their way of life in Syria increasingly impossible. Environmental pressures were pushing them further south into the rich farmland of the river valley,
Oh, I thought I might get him.
into the lands of the Sumerians. Despite the weakened power of the Sumerian state, The later kings of Sumer were determined to stop the Matu incursions.
Oh.
One king, named Shu Sin, even ordered the construction of a wall that stretched almost 300 kilometers between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. It would be called the Matu Wall, and sometimes the wall facing the high lands.
How did it just change targets
What
like
form
that?
exactly this wall took
I thought he was
is
on the other
unknown,
guy.
since its remains have never been found. But it was likely an earthwork rampart, dotted with forts, and perhaps fronted with a moat fed by canals. It was more than twice the
I thought the
length
host
of
had aggro on
Hadrian's Wall,
the other one.
and essentially turned the rich farmland between the Tigris and Euphrates into an island fortress, with the rivers on either side, the sea to the south, and the wall to the north. It would have been an enormous engineering work, and shows that even in its final years, the Sumerian state still commanded considerable manpower and energy. But ultimately, the wall would prove useless. Like all walls, it was only effective with a constant garrison manning it. Soon it would become clear that the building of this wall was not an act of strength, but the last resort of an empire falling in on itself. The last Sumerian king was a man named Ibbi-Sin, who took the throne in the year 2028. Virtually as soon as he was crowned, the empire began to fall apart.
Damn, that sucks.
In his first year of ruling, the eastern city of Ashuna broke free from the empire, and Susa, a city in the region of Elam in the Iranian lowlands, successfully rebelled in the third year. These Elamites were an ambitious people. They were rivals for the later Assyrian and Babylonian empires, but at this stage were only just beginning to flex their muscles. Their rise would spell the end of the Sumerian age. The fracturing Sumerian
Oh god, it's this area
Empire
again.
could no longer maintain its
Isn't it
defenses
the one that,
along
like...
the 300 kilometers of the Great Matu Wall.
Yeah.
And so, in the 5th year of his reign, the wall that Ibbi-Sin's father had built failed.
Okay, well I guess I'll just...
The Matu poured over
Keep
the
going, then.
defenses
Oh.
and overran the rich
Oh my god, how am I
farmlands
still alive?
that lay behind. The effects of this loss
Oh, the host
were
is dead.
immediate and devastating. Food shortages ran rampant. In years 7 and 8 of Ibbi-Sin's kingship, the price of grain increased to 60 times the usual cost. People would have starved in the streets. The famine was hitting the capital city of Ur especially hard. And it's clear that at this point, the king Ibbi-Sin really began to panic. Desperate to feed his people, King Ibbi-Sin summoned one of his generals and told him to travel north to the city of Isin to buy grain and pay many times its usual cost. This general was a man called Ishbi-Erra, and it's clear that he wasn't the most trusted of the king's generals. In another letter, the king had even complained that Ishbi-Erra was Akkadian, not Sumerian, inferring that his loyalty
Gilgamesh.
may have been in question.
Interesting.
But at this point,
We're
it's
hearing
clear
about
the king
Gilgamesh.
didn't have much choice.
Sumerian stuff.
One remarkable letter from this moment has survived. It was sent to the king Ibbi-Sin by this general, Ishbi-Erra, once he reached the city of Isin. It paints a vivid picture of Sumerian society's collapse.
You ordered me to travel to Isin and Kazalu to purchase grain? With grain reaching the exchange rate of 1 shekel of silver per gur, 20 talents of silver have been invested in the purchase. But I
Oh,
heard
come
news
on.
that the hostile Matu have entered inside your territories. I entered with the
That's
entire
some
amount
bullshit.
of grain. Now, I have let the Matu, all of them, penetrate inside the land. Because of the Martu, I am unable to hand over this grain for threshing. They are stronger than me, while I am condemned to sitting around.
This letter shows that the twin pressures of the Martu invasions, coupled with the famine at home, were beginning to tear the very fabric of the kingdom apart. The Akkadian general Ishbi-Erra urges the king to send a fleet of 600 boats up the river to transport the grain. He also kindly offers to stay behind in Isin and help to defend it against the invasion.
That I should guard for you the cities of Isin and Nibru. Let it be my responsibility.
Uh-oh.
My lord should know this.
It's possible that
Inundated by
Ishbi-Erra
basilisk.
knew that the request for 600 boats was impossible. In fact, he had no
It's like he's
intention
AFK.
of ever heading back to the starving city of Ur. He stayed in Isin with all the grain, and soon declared himself its king. This is just one story out of many that shows the Sumerian
not a
state
fighter.
truly beginning to come apart. Facing threats on multiple sides, the King Ibbi-Sin entered into a frantic series of
Are we doing
last-ditch
this boss?
measures. He ordered fortifications
I feel like
built at the
Gilgamesh is gonna
important
get one shot
cities
here.
of Ur and Nippur, but these efforts were in vain. Ultimately, the Sumerian Empire fell apart, one city at a time, until only the capital of Ur remained, surrounded by hostile forces. Soon, the Elamite people, those former subjects of the Sumerians in the foothills of Iran, marched down along the hill paths, gathering with them an
too
army
far
of
away.
tribesmen, and laid siege to the great city of Ur.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew that was gonna happen. Fucking knew
King
it.
Ibbi-Sin tried one last attempt to beat them back. And it's clear at this point how desperate he was.
I can tell when a house
He
is gonna
tried to
get
enlist
just
the help
demolished
of his
by the
great
PvE.
enemy, the wild Martu, who had poured over his father's
Like,
wall. He
They
offered
walk
to
in a
pay
certain
them
way. They act in a
exchange
certain
for their
way.
help.
I know, like,
He even swallowed
they have
his
that
pride
NPC walk
and
where they're
begged
just
for
like,
the help
they walk
of
like this,
Ishbi-Erra,
and then they pause for a
the
bit,
general who
and
had
look
stabbed
around,
him
and
in the
then
back
they
on
do
that
that,
journey for grain,
and then they're
and
like,
was now ruling
they walk
as
the other way
king
like
of
that.
Isin. But it was all useless. The Elamites broke through the walls of Ur and set the city on fire. They poured into its sacred precinct and looted it of all its valuables. We can imagine them storming up the steps of Ur's great ziggurat, killing priests and plundering its treasures as they went. The surrounding fields were burned, and the waterways became contaminated with disease. The armies of Elam stormed the royal palace and captured the king Ibbi-Sin. They took him away in chains, marched him back to their homeland and imprisoned him there. This was the last king of Sumer, a civilization that had endured for millennia, and he would die in chains, imprisoned by his enemies in a foreign land. The ancient Sumerians, who saw the destruction of their cities, reacted to their sorrow in the same way that humans always have. They wrote poetry. In fact, for each of their great ruined cities, they wrote a lament. One of these poems, called The Lament for Ur, relates with tangible anguish the horror of that time.
The gods have abandoned us. Like migrating birds, they have gone. Ur is destroyed. Bitter is its lament. The country's blood now fills its holes like hot bronze in a mold. Bodies dissolve like fat in the sun. Our temple is destroyed. Smoke lies on our city like a shroud. Blood flows as the river does, the lamenting of men and women. Sadness abounds. Ur is no more.
The fall of Ur was one of the great turning points in ancient history. It marked the end of the unified Sumerian state, and the region entered a small dark age, in which individual city-states once again vied for control over the ruins of the former empire. The wars of this period turned Sumerian cities to blackened heaps of burnt brick.
The people mourn. Its people like broken potsherds littering the approaches. The walls were gaping, the high gates, the roads were piled with dead. In all the streets and roadways, bodies lay. In open fields that used to fill with dancers, the people lay in heaps.
And meanwhile, the drought dragged on, and the salt-ridden fields were no longer producing enough barley. Faced with these problems, the Sumerian people began to flock out of the region in huge numbers. Refugees carrying with them their meager belongings and weeping for the home they had left behind. Over the next centuries, a vast population movement took place, from the south of Mesopotamia to the north. Some of these Sumerian speakers would settle in the Akkadian lands. But with their connection to their homeland severed, their cultural identity went with it. They learned the Akkadian language of the northerners and left theirs behind in the smoking ruins of their cities. The Matu, those wild hill people so detested by the Sumerians, would themselves settle down in the cities they conquered along the river valley. The migrating Matu, the fleeing Sumerians, and the native Akkadians would mix together. They would blend their cultures as the people of this region always had. The foundations they laid would give rise to the next chapter of Mesopotamian and human history, and forge the region's next superpowers. These would rise as the legendary empires of Babylon and Assyria. But those are stories that I will save for another time. Sumerian was now a dead language. It would never again be heard spoken in the streets and the markets. But it did remain in use for at least another 2,000 years, preserved in the temples and scriptures of later empires. Just as Latin once survived in the churches of medieval Europe after the fall of Rome. For these later people, Sumerian became the language of the gods, the language of myth and magic. The kings of Ur, those great Sumerian rulers, themselves passed into legend, and some of them would later be revered as gods themselves. And all the kings of Mesopotamia, in Babylon and Assyria for the next 2,000 years, would rule under a title that gave them a kind of ancient legitimacy, reaching right back to the First Age, to the dawn of mankind's journey into civilization. King of Ur, King of Sumer and Akkad. Even after the fall of the Sumerian Empire, many of its great cities would continue as population centers into the post-Sumerian era. Among these was the great coastal city of Ur, situated at the mouth of the Euphrates, which would rise and fall a number of times over its history. But ultimately, it was the landscape that had given birth to Ur, and it was the landscape that would bring about its demise. Today, if you stand in the ruins of Ur, the sea that once lapped its shores is nowhere to be seen. In fact, early archaeologists were astonished to see the remains of millions of seashells scattered in the sand here on this lonely stretch of desert. As the millennia passed, the continued depositing of silt, along with changes in global sea levels, have combined to push Iraq's Gulf Coast back to its present position, about 150 kilometers to the south. The Euphrates River, that once brought the rich bounties of trade down from the north, has also disappeared, its course having changed over the centuries. In fact, around the barren mounds of earth where the city of Ur once stood, there's nothing at all but the lone and level sands of the Iraqi desert, boundless and bare for miles around.
It's funny.
Water had always been this city's lifeblood, and the loss of the river and the sea meant the slow death of Ur. People soon left its houses and its streets. They stopped working its fields and maintaining its irrigation canals, and soon the land dried up and the topsoil blew away in the wind. The priests extinguished the fires that burned in the top chamber of Ur's great ziggurat and stopped
watch
leaving
out for
their
that. That's
offerings
death.
to
That's
the
death
moon
for me.
god Sin. The markets closed and the mud brick buildings of the city began to crumble.
Gotta use the
wooden
serpent hunter
beams
to
of
kill the
roofs
serpent.
rotted and fell in.
How do I aim this thing?
The sands
still need to figure out how to
and
aim
desert
this
winds rolled through its
There we
streets,
go, kind
and
of.
the dunes buried
There we go.
its fallen walls. Before long, the greatest city the world had ever known was just a mound of ruins, where the occasional desert traveller would pass by, and where the Italian traveller Pietro della Valle
Landed
would one
on me.
day shelter with his wife from a threatening group of bandits, and
It's not dead
discover
yet.
the scattered fragments of writing that the Sumerians had left behind in their forgotten language.
It's like a 45-degree angle down.
Somewhere buried in the ruins
Find it?
lay the clay tablets on which
there
the
we go.
lament for the city's destruction was written.
May that storm swoop down no more on your city. May the door be closed on it, like
Watch
the
out
great
for the
city
lava,
gate at night time. Until distant days, other days, future days. In your city, reduced to ruin
For
mounds where meant
democracy.
to be made to you. Oh, Nana, may your restored city be resplendent before you.
I mean, it's not the.
Following the sacking of Ur
You
around
do
the year
use this weapon to kill
2000
this boss.
BC, the city of Uruk went into a steep
killed this boss too
decline,
many times the
and
normal
much
way.
of its population fled.
I gotta do it the fun
Uruk
way.
did have another period of flourishing, when the later Assyrian Empire rebuilt it as a regional capital. But as the Euphrates River changed its course, Uruk too would be completely abandoned. Today, the walls of Uruk, the same walls that are boasted about in the Epic of Gilgamesh, are still visible.
It's gonna do like a
Heaps
real
of ancient
co-op, not like
brickwork
Rykard.
lining the flat lunar
Rykard's
landscape
just a
of the
gimmick
desert.
boss.
But they are still 15 meters tall, encircling the whole city.
Why do these tentacles
now
not
washed
look good?
by a tide of broken pottery and bones?
Okay, maybe let's go make a different
The
configuration
English
of tentacles.
archaeologist
I feel
William
like we gotta do that.
Loftus was the first European to
Let's go make it
rediscover
without
the
the
ruins
hair
of
first,
Uruk.
just so we
He
know what's going
was
on.
impressed with the haunting sight of the vast mounds rising out of the desert, and he later wrote about how the sight affected him.
Oh,
Of all the desolate
Ooh, my
sights
favorite.
I ever beheld, that of Uruk incomparably surpasses all.
The process of decay in all the cities of ancient Sumer, in Nippur, Eridu, Lagash,
oh, it's
Ur,
Skimpy
and
Paladin
Uruk,
again.
would have been gradual but unstoppable. Wind-borne sand and earth would pile up against the walls that still stood and filled in the streets. Meanwhile, rainwater and wind wore down any remaining structures. The sight of these ruins amazed travellers who, like the Italian della Valle, passed by them and saw their
What
lonely
is this
shapes
host
on
doing?
the horizon. People told stories about what must have happened to those people who built such enormous constructions and then disappeared forever. Echoes of these stories
It doesn't
still
point
survive
down
in
when it
tales
fires?
like the
Oh, that
Tower
was
of
dead,
Babel,
okay.
about a people who built a tower that would reach to the heavens, and
Well,
who were struck down by God on account
yeah,
of
host
their
just kind
pride.
of like They just die naturally.
With their cities lost, the Sumerian people passed out
Nothing
of
you can
history.
do about it.
The civilizations who replaced them, who kept their language alive in their
Yeah,
temples
let's go do like a
and
different
still
tentacle
told stories
configuration.
of their
That'd
kings, would
be more
themselves
interesting.
pass into
Like,
ruin.
There's a lot
The
of
knowledge
options
of how to
here
read
that we have.
Sumerian was forgotten entirely, and its history turned to dust. Only their clay tablets remained, buried in the sands of Iraq, fragments containing the voices of a whole people, waiting for archaeologists to discover them, and, through arduous and painstaking work, to find out how to read them. These fragments give us little bursts of light, illuminating the dark ocean floor of this most distant past,
Not
giving us the
here.
records and recipes of the
I want
Sumerian
the-
people,
whoops.
their
Shit.
music and their prayers, their
Delete
loves
this.
and grief, their triumphs, and their
want this one
beautiful,
instead.
sorrowful lamentations for the loss of the world's first cities. And it gives us, too, the wistful philosophies of these ancient people, as
We'll
these
do this.
lines from the Epic of Gilgamesh show.
Nobody sees death. Nobody sees the face of death. Nobody hears the voice of death. Savage death just cuts mankind down. Sometimes we build a house, sometimes we make a nest, but then brothers divide it upon inheritance. Sometimes there is hostility in the land, but then the river rises and brings flood water. Dragonflies drift on the river. Their faces look upon the face of the sun, but then suddenly there is nothing.
Sometime around the year 1700 BC, when the last kings of Ur were already a distant memory, somewhere on the other side of the world, on a small rocky island on the edge of the Arctic Ocean, the last woolly mammoth to ever live on Earth lay down and died. Sumerian society, in its imperial form, rose, lived out its golden age, and died, outlived by the woolly mammoth. I want to end the episode with an excerpt from that great Sumerian poem, the Epic of Gilgamesh. This section relates an episode that I think is one of the most incredible sequences in any piece of ancient literature. It shows the king Gilgamesh weeping over the loss of his dying friend, and his friend reaches up to him and tells him that he has dreamed of the afterlife, that he has seen what awaits him after death.
These horns here
This
are going to be
passage
like
is a melancholy meditation on
modular
loss.
as well.
It shows all the
Not really
kings
horns,
of the
but they're
earth
like
who have
grass,
ever
like
ruled,
fingers.
living on in this dark and silent place, their crowns put away forever. As you listen, imagine what it would have felt like to live in the great cities of Ur and Uruk, watching the twilight begin to fall over the Sumerian age. Imagine what it would feel like to see the crops grow weaker every year, as the white crust of salt begins to form on the ground, and the city's people go hungry in the streets, wailing year after year for the gods to help them. Imagine how it would have felt to see the armies of the mountain people gathering on the horizon, having to flee the city with your possessions on your back, leaving your home behind forever, as the wind rustles through the dying reeds, and the chanting of the priests still goes on in the ziggurat's tall tower as the sun begins to set over the desert.
Listen, my friend. This is the dream I dreamed last night. I stood before an awful being, the somber-faced man-bird. He turned his stare towards me and he led me away to the palace of Akala, the Queen of Darkness, to the house from which none who enters ever returns, down the road from which there is no coming back. There is the house whose people sit in darkness. Dust is their food and clay their meat. They are clothed like birds with wings for covering. They see no light. They sit in darkness. I entered the house of dust, and I saw the kings of the earth, their crowns put away forever, rulers and princes, all who once wore kingly crowns and ruled the world in the days of old. They who had stood in the place of the gods stood now like servants. In the house of dust were high priests and acolytes, priests of the incantation and of ecstasy. And there was Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, she who keeps the books of the dead. She raised her head. She saw me and spoke. Who has brought this one here? Then I awoke, like a...
There's going to be like 3 layers. There's going to be the horns. Not the horns. These aren't even horns. These are like fingers. There's going to be like the fingers. Then there's going to be like the hair layer, and then there's also going to be the tentacle layer. So these guys have like 3 different types of hair that are all customizable. Not sure if that's a good idea. I feel like maybe hair isn't. And it's just getting a little bit too complex, I think. There's just too much up on the head here. Okay, no, I want the fingers up here. The tentacles. So I have to choose between tentacles or hair. I gotta make the choice. I can't have both. That's just too much. Well, I could have both, actually. But then... I could have both, but then the tentacles would have to be part of the hairstyle. So if you choose a different hairstyle, the tentacles will also change. Otherwise, there's just going to be too much issues with like clipping. You know what? Maybe I was just like, maybe I'm doing it the right way actually. Like, so this whole thing right here, the hair and the tentacles, this is one hairstyle. So with like different variations of hairstyles with tentacles coming out of them. So they're gonna have really complex hair, but still doable, I think. Okay, well, I've kind of like figured out the head. I want to work on some, like other parts. Like I want to work on the shoulders. The shoulders have been bugging me. Like this is like all kind of like misshapen blob. It's not really, there isn't really any structure to it. It's all very random and very noisy. Just not something I like. All right, let's go. Oh shit. Faster! Sorry about that. Like that button has a huge hitbox. What the hell? Wow, triple mage, huh? Okay, let's do this. It's not a good boss to use. How is your own? We're using her spells against her. It's so cruel. Oh shit! Rip. Good effort though.
Hated few.
The Bronze Age collapse. What is this? Barbarians.
The ruins of the great city of Hattusha are an awe-inspiring sight. They sit right in the center of modern Turkey, on a rocky outcrop overlooking a bend in the Kızılırmak River. Hattusha's crumbling walls of grey limestone stand out against the tawny yellow grassland of the hills, lying where they fell over 3,000 years ago.
Oh.
One look will tell you that Hattusha was once a mighty fortress. Its double wall was defended by over 100 towers, its thick gateways decorated with carved sculptures of lions. For centuries,
That was a fast
this was
co-op.
the capital of the mighty Hittite Empire, which ruled a large portion of Turkey during the Bronze Age. Hattusha's people cultivated wheat, barley and lentils, and wore clothes spun from the wool of sheep they kept in the surrounding hills.
Didn't
But
even
if you
have
dig
time
down
to
into
drink
the
a
ruins
potion.
of Hattusha, what you find is a thin black layer right above the city's ancient floors. This layer is made up of ash, charred wood and rubble scorched in a fierce fire. It dates
Move this
back
down
to
a
the
bit.
end of
I
the
kinda want,
13th
like,
century
this to
BC,
be
around the
almost
year
like a pod.
1200 before the start of the Christian calendar. And when you step back and take in all the details, it's a little breathtaking. Walls and roofs collapsed, bricks shattered and melted, and it's clear that whatever happened to Hattusha, the destruction was savage, unrelenting, and total. After that, the archaeological record here ends. Except for the signs of a few scattered scavengers eking out an existence among the rubble, the ruins of Hattusha remained empty for centuries. A haunted place where most feared to go. 20 kilometers to the north, the ancient city of Alasahoyuk, where the Hittites buried their kings in opulent tombs, shows the same thing. It is completely covered by ash and rubble at the same level. And 100 kilometers to the east of that, at another fortified Hittite town known as Karauglan, you can find arrowheads littering the earth like fallen leaves, and the bones of men, women, and children left lying in the streets, right where they fell. In fact, if you zoom out, right across the eastern Mediterranean, anywhere you go in the entire region, across an area spanning over 1,000 kilometers, you will find this layer of destruction. Archaeological evidence is quite clear. At some point between the year 1200 and 1100 BC, right at the end of the period we call the Bronze Age, a wave of destruction washed across the entire region. It wiped whole civilizations off the map and left nothing in its wake. One by one, vast and ancient empires like the Hittites, Ugarit, the Minoans and the Mycenaean Greeks collapsed all together, and they collapsed so completely that they disappeared from the historical record. It took some of these areas nearly 1,000 years to recover after the violent end of the Bronze Age, and exactly what happened is still one of humanity's most fiercely debated mysteries.
Some RimWorld music.
Historian Robert Drews puts it bluntly.
Within a period of 40 to 50 years, almost every significant city in the eastern Mediterranean world was destroyed, many of them never to be occupied again. For a long time after the year 1200, it is safe to say that there were no cities in the eastern Mediterranean area.
One of the ways in which the memory of the late Bronze Age collapse may have survived into the modern day is through the epic poetry that was written about this time. You may have heard of some of it. It relates the destruction of a great walled city in the eastern Mediterranean called Troy. The epic poems known as Iliad and Odyssey are ancient pieces of oral poetry attributed to a man named Homer, who may or may not have existed. These poems were passed down for centuries through the period that followed the Bronze Age collapse, which we call the Greek Dark Ages. They survived by word of mouth, with each poet-singer using astonishing skills of memory to memorize and pass them on, lengthening and embellishing them along the way until they were finally written down in the 8th century BC. The poetry of the Iliad especially relates the story of a great 10-year war that took place in the eastern Mediterranean and took up most of the manpower of Greece. This war was led by a man named Agamemnon, a king of Mycenae. In the 2nd millennium BC, the city-state of Mycenae was one of the major centers of Greek civilization, a mighty city to rival the Hittite capital of Hattusha. About 90 kilometers southwest of Athens, Mycenae was a military stronghold, which dominated much of southern Greece and had a population of over 30,000 at its height. Like Hattusha, it decorated the gates of its mighty citadel with carved stone lions. Over a millennium later, in the 2nd century AD, the Greek travel writer Pausanias wrote breathlessly about his visit to the ruins.
The wall, which is the only part of the ruins still remaining, is a work of the Cyclopes, made of unwrought stones, each stone being so big that a pair of mules could not move the smallest from its place to the slightest degree.
Classical Greeks believed that only the mythical one-eyed giants, the Cyclopes, would have had the strength to move the enormous boulders that made up the walls of Mycenae.
God, fuck this place. Why
It's a
do
2nd
people
century
keep sending
version
me to
of the
these
History
awful
Channel's
places?
Ancient Aliens conspiracy theories today.
The host is like
Even
instantly
then,
dies.
people found it hard to believe that people so distant to them could have possessed such ingenuity and skill and then disappeared forever. But Mycenae's leading role in the Trojan War is what cemented its place in the Greek imagination. Exactly how much of the actual historical event of the Battle of Troy has survived in Homer's epic is still subject to bitter historical debate.
See what I
For the
tell you?
longest time,
Instantly
it
dead.
was assumed that the
Instantly
Trojan
dead
War
host.
was an invention of the imagination, and that the city of Troy was a myth. But that all changed with the discovery of the ruins
I
of
was
Troy in
not
modern Turkey at the end of the
when I
19th
said-
century.
Okay, the host is
Now,
instantly gonna
many
die.
historians agree that Troy may have been a coastal
Christ.
outpost of the Hittite Empire. And we now know that it was a grand city much as Homer describes, with an impressively fortified citadel. According to legend, the walls of Troy were built by the gods Poseidon and Apollo, and at the time the Iliad may have taken place, they were certainly impressive. 9 meters high, with towers soaring up to 18 meters. Outside of this, a ranging curtain wall enclosed a larger area of the city. But the ruins of Troy are strangely silent. That is, there has been almost no writing uncovered in any excavations of the city. Many scholars now agree that the Trojan War related by Homer may have been a real event, or at least a composite of events, filtered through the lens of mythology and refracted by the Chinese whispers effect of oral transmission. Archaeology shows that Troy was attacked repeatedly and had to defend itself again and again,
Chinese
which is
whispers?
indicated by
Sounds
repairs
racist.
undertaken to the
Fuck.
citadel's fortifications. We can see traces of fire on its stones, while human remains were found in houses and in the streets. Bronze arrowheads have also been found littering the ground in Troy's fort and citadel, and in fact it seems Troy was burnt twice towards the end of the 13th century, right around the time that destruction was beginning to rain down on the whole region. Today,
We'll give
most
the
scholars
infested
date the
more
events of the
cake. How
Trojan
about that?
War to just the period we have been discussing,
Give him some
the end of the 12th century BC
infested cake.
and the late Bronze Age collapse. As a novelist and a student of literature, I tend to have a bias towards giving literary sources more weight than a formal historian might. But for my part, I don't think it's unreasonable to argue that these poems may have incubated, at least in a hazy form, an authentic memory of those days. The feeling of apocalypse that must have washed over the region, and a war that seemed to dwarf all others since.
Ah, what the fuck?
The Greek poet
Isn't there like
Quintus
another one here?
Smyrnaeus, in his
There it is.
poem
Oh
The
my
Fall of
god, I
Troy,
almost fucking
gives us
died.
just a glimpse of the violence of that time.
Heavy torrents drenched was all the earth, as Trojans and their alien helpers died. Here
all
were
good,
men
the sword.
lying quelled by bitter death, all up and down the city in
Banana
their
back.
blood. Others on them were falling, gasping forth their life strength. Others clutching in their hands, their bowels that looked through hideous gashes forth, wandered in wretched flight around their homes.
Before we go into just what happened at the end of the Bronze Age, I think it's worth pausing and painting a picture of what it was that collapsed. This vibrant and varied region that had survived for so many centuries and fell so suddenly. We often make the mistake of thinking of the ancient world as a series of insular and isolated states. Something about the monumental remains of their societies makes us think of them in this way. And it's true that their worlds were smaller than ours today. The known world for someone living in the eastern Mediterranean around the year 1200 BC would have extended from Greece to perhaps the far east of what today we would call Iran. It was populated by the Mycenaean people of Greece in the west and the new kingdom of Egypt in the south, just emerging from a period of civil war. Their world took in the islands of Cyprus and Crete, as well
you
as
wanna steal the
coastal
bus?
city-states like Ugarit. And another big player in this region was Babylon, a city in the verdant marshes of southern Iraq, which was ruled by a dynasty
No, he
known
wants
as
to.
the
He wants to
Kassites.
continue on his journey.
To the north of them was the great warlike empire of Assyria, which governed the plains of northern Iraq and Syria, and to the north of them, the Hittites. These small city-states were suspicious of each other, and they often fought wars. But this isn't the whole story. The societies of the Bronze Age were as entangled and interdependent as the nation-states of today, and perhaps in some ways they were more so. Firstly, trade was the lifeblood of this region. The Mediterranean Sea is essentially a vast inland lake, relatively free of waves and storms when compared to the open Atlantic. Across this relatively placid water, trade boomed. One shipwreck found off the coast of Uluburun in southwestern Turkey gives us just a glimpse into the rich exchange of materials that occurred during this time. The ship is built of Lebanese
Guys,
cedar
there's
wood and dated
about
to about the year
35%.
1300 BC.
35% of the world
And just listen to
probably
this
yeah,
list
they
of what
can't fucking
archaeologists
talk right
found in its cargo.
now. Chinese and Indians about
10
70%.
tons of copper ingots.
So
and
there's
1 ton
about
of
a
tin,
35%
logs
chance
of ebony,
of being
elephant and
born
hippo
as Chinese or
tusks,
Indian.
along with more than a dozen
Shit that you
hippopotamus
weren't.
teeth, a jar filled with glass beads,
Shut up,
more
you
with
wet
olives
boy.
and terebinth resin, almonds, pistachios, figs, grapes and coriander, whole pomegranates.
Don't you
and a
realize
golden
though,
star
Rusty,
beetle
like-
inscribed with the name of
Like, Asian people are considered white people now. Yeah, there's that one dude who said that, like, we're white people now. So, technically we've made the white race smarter now, categorically.
Fatiti,
So,
arrowheads,
so you guys should feel
daggers, turtle
appreciative.
shells, and ostrich eggs, quartz crystals and gold, pottery and oil lamps from Cyprus, along with blocks of raw coloured glass in cobalt blue and lavender.
The Uluburun shipwreck
This doesn't
contained
even look
goods
good. Let's
from
go
at
turn
least
off the
7 different lands.
overlay.
So it's easy to see how this rich trade would have drawn all these
It looks
disparate
kind of
nations
weird.
together.
I guess
And people passed between these states too.
Nah, the legs just
For
need to be a bit
instance,
thicker.
We know that Minoan
It'll
artists
work
from
then.
Crete came to decorate the walls of Egyptian palaces in the city of Perunefer. Kings
We need
frequently
some
requested the
infested cake
services
here.
of physicians, artisans, weavers, musicians, and singers from other kingdoms. And intermarriage was also common. To give just one example, we know that Amurapi, the last king of the coastal nation of Ugarit, had married and subsequently divorced a Hittite woman, with their divorce proceedings dragging through the court system for years.
Damn.
And while much of this
Lovely
exchange
marriage.
was in luxury goods and services, other resources that flowed down these trade routes were utterly essential to the survival of these large and complex nations. And of all these resources, the most critical in the Bronze Age was of course the one that gives the era its name. Bronze is an alloy of copper and tin on a roughly 10-to-1 ratio. The amount of copper and bronze found on the Uluburun wreck, 10 tons of bronze and 1 ton of tin, was exactly the amount needed to smelt 11 tons of bronze. Since its discovery sometime in the 4th millennium BC, this reddish gold wonder metal had become critical to the manufacture of just about every weapon, tool, and household object. And just like aluminium or steel today, bronze had become completely indispensable to the societies it supported. Without a steady supply of this metal, armies would have no weapons. Chariots would be unable to shod their wheels, and craftsmen would have no tools. The British historian Carol Bell has drawn a striking parallel to the reality of our modern world.
The strategic importance of tin in the late Bronze Age was probably not far different from that of crude oil today. The availability of enough tin to produce weapons-grade bronze must have exercised the minds of the great king in Hattusha and the pharaoh in Thebes in the same way that supplying gasoline to the American SUV
That looks
driver
better. I actually think
preoccupies an
this looks
American
better.
president today.
Infested with
Of the
cake.
components of bronze,
looks good.
Copper was relatively easy to find.
The arms need to be thicker now.
But tin was a rare metal.
Before, it was just too skeletal.
At the time,
just a bit too
the only
skeletal.
source readily available was from mines in the Badakhshan region of Afghanistan. From there, it had to be brought overland on caravans of donkeys, following the ancient route known as the Silk Road. It was a long and perilous journey that crossed mountains and rivers until it reached the great cities of Mesopotamia. From there, the cargo of tin spread out across the region and over the sea to Greece. The entire military might of the region's superpowers, of Egypt, Assyria, the Hittites, Ugarit, Babylon, and the Mycenaean Empire in Greece, all of them depended on this precarious supply, which at the time must have felt as fragile as a cobweb. So as I relate the events of the next century or so, I want you to keep this idea in mind, that these nations were not entirely distinct and separate entities, so much as a complex and entangled web of societies, each as dependent on the other as the next. And while peace largely held in the region and trade could continue, they achieved a kind of stability. But for a number of reasons, peace wasn't to last. One thing I want to make absolutely clear at this stage is that our knowledge of this period is very limited. There's so much guesswork involved around the dates and the events of some of what I'm about to describe that it would be very easy to get lost in a cloud of maybes. History is not a science, although it involves sciences. History is a fluctuating series of interpretations, hypotheses, and narratives that are borne out in lively debates on just about every detail of past events. But I think it's worth noting that when talking about this period, there are essentially two sources we use, and each has their problems. The first is the archaeological record, We can learn a lot from digging down into ancient sites and seeing what we find. But a set of ruins doesn't mean anything on its own. It needs an archaeologist to interpret and hypothesize and argue about what they mean. The other source is the written texts of the time, but those can be just as unreliable as the ruins, and they're too often frustratingly vague on the things we really care about. These texts are usually commissioned by kings and rulers as well, and if you can't see the problem with that, imagine trying to piece together this week's news by only looking at the American president's Twitter feed. I don't
Wait,
want to get
what?
lost in endless
What happened?
discussions about the reliability of the problem with that. Imagine trying to piece together this week's news by only looking at the American president's Twitter feed.
Oh shit.
I don't want to get lost in endless discussions
That's
about
funny.
the reliability of sources or the debate that rages around every detail of an archaeological site.
This came out when Trump
I want to
was
tell as clear a story as
president as
possible
well, I
that's
think.
consistent
4
with
years ago,
available
yeah.
evidence. But if we're really going to delve
That's
into what
fucking
might have happened
hilarious.
to collapse so many societies all at once, in a time so distant from our own, we will have to enter the fray of historical debate. When casting around for causes of the late Bronze Age collapse, historians have long relied on one particular set of culprits. These they refer to by the mysterious name, the Sea Peoples.
The Mysterium Zoxys.
Even the name Sea Peoples seems to evoke something terrifying and foreign, something not of this world. They sound like monsters rising up from the deep to wreak devastation on the land. And if the sources of the time are anything to go by, they certainly did wreak destruction. Who the Sea Peoples were, where they came from, or what language they spoke is a mystery. Many historians have offered their guesses, which range from Sardinia and Sicily to Libya and closer by in the eastern Mediterranean. But wherever they originated, one thing is for sure. Around the time of the Great Collapse, a vast horde of these invaders began landing on the shores of the eastern Mediterranean in huge numbers and with fearsome force. The Egyptian pharaoh Ramses III wrote about this invading armada on the walls of his temple in Medinet Habu, near the Valley of the Kings.
No land can stand before their arms. From Qatar, Quad, Kamesh, Araza, and Elisha on, all were cut off. They desolated its people.
Oh yeah,
and
this
its
looks so
land
much better.
was like that which has never come into being.
This actually looks like a
In
playable
some of
race
these
now.
ancient sources, the Sea Peoples begin to sound like something from a Hollywood movie, like Independence Day or War of the Worlds. An invasion force of insurmountable power,
Give me a sec.
landing all at once and completely by surprise, sweeping away one nation after another. And at least some of the societies that fell during the late Bronze Age collapse fell because of this single cause. One example of these is the city-state of Ugarit, a booming trade city on the coast of northern Syria. At this point, Ugarit
I want
had
to do
ruled a
something
coastal
here with
kingdom of
this
merchants and sailors
stomach.
for at least 6 centuries.
Like right now, it's just like it's all
It stood at the very
all the
end of
same.
Silk Road, where
I
this
think we
great
can add
trade
like
route
some
from
red
as
in
far
here.
as China met the Mediterranean. Think of all those items found
You don't like those
nestled in the
weird wings that
hold
look
of
too
the Uluburun
fragile?
shipwreck.
They do now.
At Ugarit,
They look
each one of them
a
would
bit
have been
too small
taxed.
now. Like
And with this
they can
wealth,
actually
its
use
citizens
some
built a
of this
resplendent city by the
this
sea.
white bone calcium,
Like most
whatever it
successful
is,
trading
like on the
towns,
tips or
Ugarit was
something.
multicultural and
So
diverse,
like,
using at
if
least
we
7 languages.
grab
in its
the
records.
alpha, and then
It was a city in love with the written word, and it kept expansive
So something
libraries
like
in its
this.
palaces and temples.
basically
It even
what I was
fostered
doing
the first
earlier.
private libraries, one of which we know belonged to a diplomat named Rapanu.
Let's go do like
To
15.
Ugarit, we also owe the oldest
RGB
surviving
70.
written music in the world, a hymn
Maybe 100?
dedicated to the moon goddess Nikal, which can still
Yeah,
be
so
played
basically
today.
it could use like some of this.
You can almost imagine this piece of music playing from the temples of Ugarit,
Right.
washing over its
Well,
streets and markets.
and even like
But
thicker,
this thriving
thicker
city was
plates
soon to come
along
to an
the
end.
edges here.
In Ugarit,
But yeah,
archaeologists
that's
found a
thanks for
clay
pointing that
tablet
out.
containing a
Actually,
letter.
I was thinking about it.
It's a message from the city's last king, a man called Amurapi,
but
the same
wasn't-
one who spent
wasn't
years trying to
entirely
divorce
sure
his Hittite
until I
wife.
made like the rest of the
In
body
it,
thicker.
He begs the ruler of nearby Cyprus to come to his aid.
My father, now the ships of the enemy have come. They've been setting fire to my cities.
I
and have
might
done
hold
evil
on.
in my
I
land.
might actually
Doesn't my father know that all of my troops and chariots are
Well,
stationed
actually,
in
wait,
Hati?
no.
And that all of my ships are in the land of
Let's just
Lissa?
use inflate and then
They have
make
not
this
arrived
area
back yet,
thicker.
so the land is abandoned.
No help arrived.
We'll make the...
because the letter was never sent.
This is kind of like the...
It burned along with the rest of the city, its clay baked hard in the ensuing fires. When excavating the ruins of Ugarit, archaeologists have found a layer of destruction that lies 2 meters thick in places, made of ash and broken brick. The city's roofs are caved in and scorched, and its streets are littered with arrowheads. People
Maybe a little
buried
less
their
intense,
valuables
just so
in
it
a
has some
panic
more
and never
fine-tuned
returned
control.
to dig them up again. It's hard to say how large the force was that attacked them, but another letter found in the city's kilns asks another king to equip 150 ships to send to their aid, suggesting that it was an enormous force. This letter, too, was never sent. The fact that all of Ugarit's troops and ships were stationed elsewhere when they were attacked shows just how much it
And then
came
right
as a
here as
surprise.
well.
And across the region, it seems the Sea Peoples employed the same tactics. They appeared without warning, wreaked havoc, destroyed cities, and then disappeared over the horizon before anyone knew what had happened. Other cities along the Palestinian coast suffered the same fate. The city of Aleppo in Syria was destroyed around the same time. The city of Emar on the Euphrates River burned too. And a tablet found there describes how hordes of enemies had attacked it. This is an unusual phrase to use, since it seems the citizens didn't know the names of their attackers, or where they came from. The city of Megiddo, known in the Bible as Armageddon, held out the longest of any city in the region, but it was finally destroyed so violently that when the Israelites later moved into its ruins, they were unable to clear the debris. They simply filled in the ruined buildings with rubble and built on top of them. In Cyprus, where the king of Ugarit had tried to send his plea for help, similar destruction can also be found. On the site of Kokinokremos, archaeologists have found evidence that the whole town was abandoned in a hurry.
This will give more
The
clarity
bronzesmith
to
buried his tools in the courtyard of his workshop.
the wings as
The
well,
silversmith
so we know
hid his
what's
silver
what,
between 2 stones
as
of
it
a bench,
is getting
while the
confusing in here.
goldsmith hid all of his sheet gold in a pit. What happened to them all, we may never know, but they never returned to retrieve their precious things. One thing is for certain: wherever the Sea Peoples went, destruction followed. For a long time, historians were happy to attribute the collapse of so many complex societies all at once to these antagonists. They provided a convenient scapegoat. These Sea Peoples were imagined to be something like the Vikings that ravaged medieval Europe, crossed with Attila's horde of Huns. In common conceptions, they were a marauding mass, hell-bent on destruction. And since the Sea Peoples have played such an important role in how people have traditionally viewed this collapse, I think it's worth spending some time on them. Who were these mysterious conquerors? Some of these questions we can never answer. And in this story, the Sea Peoples don't get to speak for themselves. They left no written sources, and precious few material traces have ever been found that could trace back to them or give us clues about their origins. But a little unusually for this time, we do have a pretty good idea of what the Sea Peoples looked like. That's because of the vast low-relief carving that the Egyptian pharaoh Ramses III chose to adorn the outer wall of his cavernous temple at Medinet Habu. It shows an image of a number of prisoners taken during Egypt's battle with the Sea Peoples, and the carvings are very detailed. The figures on the carving aren't the inhuman monsters you might have been imagining. They wear kilts and a very distinctive kind of headdress that looks like a sheaf of feathers or perhaps reeds, fixed in place with a strap that goes under their chin. Not all of the Sea Peoples are the same. Some wear skull caps, while others appear to wear horned helmets.
Horned
Together with Egyptian
helmets.
sources of the time,
Maybe they
this
came from
points to them not
Skyrim.
being one cohesive army, but a loose confederation of different peoples, choosing to sail under the same banner. Some of the names of these different peoples are known to us from Egyptian texts. the Danuna, the Checker, the Peliset, the Shardana, and the Weshesh. Even if the motives and identity of the Sea Peoples are unknown to us,
You know what?
evidence suggests that at least some of the ethnic groups that made up the Sea Peoples weren't so unfamiliar to the
I think I have a
Egyptians.
better idea. Instead of the
In fact,
wings,
it seems Sea People of certain groups had sought employment in Egyptian courts
we'll
and
just
armies in the
plagiarize
past. And there's evidence they had
Blizzard's content
diplomatic contact
and
for as
make
long as a
Kerrigan
few
wings.
centuries before the Great Collapse occurred. One group of Sea Peoples known as the Shardana even supplied mercenaries to the
It'll be
Egyptian
easier
pharaohs
to
such
work
as
with
Ramses
anyway.
II. But
They're
that's
just like really
about
big.
as much as we know. At some
Basically
point,
the same thing
this
that's on
unknown
her
mass of people
head.
arrived in the Eastern Mediterranean by sea.
We'll just have that.
No leaders or kings of the Sea Peoples are ever mentioned.
Where did the
They
wings
sacked
go?
cities where they
Tendrils?
could, and even made incursions
Yeah.
onto the land. And with this mysterious force in mind, it's time to turn to the other really major player in
Like
this story.
spider legs, really
And it's worth
massive,
noting at this
really
point
thick spider
that the
legs.
nations of the Eastern
Maybe
Mediterranean
not thick,
basically
but
fall into two categories during
strong
this event.
spider legs, that's for sure.
First, there are those that collapse under the pressures of the Late Bronze Age, and they do so utterly and completely. They disappear without a trace and leave only ruins behind. Into that group we can place Mycenae, the Hittites, Ugarit, and others. But the second category is those that survive, although in a diminished and weakened form. The two great empires that survive this collapse are Egypt and Assyria.
Hide the
And Assyria,
head.
which ruled the area of northern Iraq today,
So,
does this by
can go up
essentially
here.
cutting its losses.
This over here.
It withdraws from all its less defensible territories and falls back to its imperial heartland, around the great city of Nineveh, between the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. It recoils like a tortoise in its shell. The example of Egypt is much more interesting.
Since we're going for like the arachnid,
Egypt is
like,
also going to fall into that second category of survivors.
what is that? 10 legs,
And the man who's
right?
perhaps the most responsible for that
Or
is the
8
pharaoh
legs
of
and
the
then
time,
also like 2
a man named
pinchers.
Ramses III.
Right? I think that's how it is.
Ramses was a determined and tenacious ruler. Looking at the perfectly preserved mummy uncovered in Medinat Habu, it's easy to imagine what he looked like during his life. His cheekbones were narrow and high, with a tall, cerebral look to his forehead. Looking at the photos, I kept thinking of Captain Picard from the old Star Trek series, a thinker and a planner. But Ramses can't have felt that secure in his position. He was the son of a usurper, a man named Setnakhte, who had seized the throne in a bloody civil war and begun the 20th dynasty of Egypt. After winning the crown in battle, Setnakhte only managed to rule for 4 years before dying and passing the crown on to his son Ramses. This was when the young emperor was only 31, and it's fair to say that this young pharaoh must have felt a fair amount of pressure to prove himself. This can perhaps be seen in the name he chose to rule under. The last pharaoh to hold the name Ramses was Ramses the Great, the pharaoh of the Bible, who ruled ancient Egypt for 67 years during the golden age of the New
All
Kingdom,
arachnids have 8
almost a
legs,
century
okay.
before. And for the most part, Ramses seems to have been a relatively good ruler, although it's worth remembering that we
insects have
only his
6
inscriptions to go by. But it's
arachnids.
clear Ramses at least wanted to be seen as a king who did the best he could for
I
his
thought it's
people.
like 8 legs and also like 2 pinchers.
He mentions planting trees
Like
to
2
increase
modified
the shade
legs,
along the harsh
but I could
desert
be wrong.
roads, and protecting the rights of women so they didn't fear walking about the streets. He mentions allowing soldiers to go home to their families during peacetime. Another record
make the
show
ones
that
down
he
here a bit
donated huge
smaller,
amounts of land and wealth to
just so they
Egypt's
don't like
temples,
clip with
and also
armor
undertook vast
or
reconstruction
like cloaks or
projects.
anything.
He sent expeditions across the Red Sea
And then
to
the
Yemen,
ones
where he
here, I
discovered
guess,
long-lost
could be
copper
longer,
mines
maybe.
that boosted Egypt's wealth.
Like that.
And he brought back rare plants in pots to cultivate in his gardens. By all of this, it seems in another time he might have been one of Egypt's great rulers. But his destiny was to preside over one of the longest and deepest declines in Egypt's history, the twilight of its empire. This decline,
Now
as
let's
far
just
as we
make
can
this
tell,
smaller, just to
wasn't
make
his
things a
fault.
bit easier.
In fact, his actions
He
will
is, he's
ensure
gonna be
that
able,
Egypt's cities
to have
didn't follow the
cloaks too,
fates
right?
of those like Mycenae and
So,
Ugarit, where only
I don't
ash
want
and
like
desolation
something
remain.
like hanging down here too far.
When news of the Sea People's attacks came to Ramses, He had been pharaoh for 8 years.
Something like this.
Upon hearing of the destruction of other cities of the region,
Definitely
he
modify
must have
it some
felt
more.
a chill run down his spine. Great nations were being wiped off the map, and Ramses resolved that Egypt would not follow the fate of its neighbors. Egypt couldn't react to this threat the way the Assyrians had, by retreating and consolidating their defenses. Egypt had a long Mediterranean coast, making it vulnerable to invasion from the sea, and maritime trade was the backbone of its economy. Ramses knew he had to come up with a plan, but it wasn't going to be easy. The ancient Egyptians had a poor reputation as seagoers. They were essentially a land-going power and usually left the messy business of watery warfare to smaller nations. The Egyptians were used to dominating ancient battlefields using vast assemblages of archers and swift units of horse-drawn chariots. Their tactics were to advance with a wall of infantry, all the while pelting the enemy with arrows from light chariots, before using charges of heavy chariots to sow panic and break the enemy lines. This had allowed them to conquer lands all the way up the Palestinian coast and defeat the Hittites in battle. But these tactics required a large open battlefield. Since members of the Sea People tribes had served in Egyptian armies in the past, perhaps they knew this weakness. The Sea People seemed to have known that the one way to neutralize Egypt's tactics would be an attack on its very lifeblood, the Nile River itself. All of Egypt's great cities lay on the Nile, and if Egyptian resistance broke on the river, its cities would fall one by one, and the riches of their land could be taken. It was a huge gamble, but the Sea Peoples believed it would pay off. The decisive battle would take place in the Nile Delta. That's the part of the river that splits out into multiple branches before it reaches the Mediterranean Sea. It's a green land in the middle of a rolling desert, banked with fertile silt. Red lotuses bloom here in the autumn, and papyrus sedges grow along the banks. At this time, Nile crocodiles and hippopotamus still ranged wild in the delta. And it was in this challenging terrain that Ramses knew he had to mount his final stand against the Sea Peoples.
Where the lions
Ramses
roam,
decided to play to what strengths
and
the
the
Egyptian army
zebra.
still had. He decided to lay an ambush and give the Sea Peoples a surprise attack of their own.
Oh, Kenya.
As the enemy's ships amassed in the waters outside the delta, Ramses gathered a vast army of his own. He gathered archers on the banks, supported by spearmen in their thousands, all crouching in the reeds. The tension must have been tremendous. All the soldiers of the Egyptian army holding their breath and waiting for that first sign of an enemy ship to come in from the sea. Then, at last, a ship came around the bend in the river. After that came another and another, until the whole seaborne might of the Sea Peoples was in sight. The Egyptians must have been able to hear the creak of 10,000 oars, the beating of the drums below the deck, the shouts of the helmsmen and soldiers within. The ships of the Sea Peoples drew nearer until they were within range, and then Ramses unleashed hell. The Medinet Habu inscription recounts what happened next.
Those who reached my frontier, those who came forward together on the sea, the full flame was in front of them at the river mouth, while a stockade of lances surrounded them on the shore.
And the chaos of this battle is encapsulated in a sprawling low-relief carving in Medinet Habu. As the Sea People advanced in their full force, Ramses' archers kept up a continuous volley of arrows into the enemy ships. Panicked, the Sea Peoples attempted to land on the banks, but as they did, the Egyptian lancemen advanced out of the reeds and met them. While the enemy was held at bay, trapped and frantic on the river, the small Egyptian navy sailed in and attacked them too. They used grappling hooks
the
to
boss
haul
killing
in the enemy
service, huh?
ships.
Okay.
It's clear that this was a frantic struggle of ship-to-ship fighting. Men are impaled on spears, clambering onto the sides of ships, ducking arrows that whiz overhead. Boats overturn, spilling men into the river, and bodies float upside down in a frothing water.
They were dragged in and closed and
Alright.
prostrated on the beach.
GG,
Killed
well done.
And made into heaps from tail to head. I have made them turn back from even mentioning Egypt, for when they pronounce my name in their land, they are burnt up with fear.
In the brutal hand-to-hand struggle which ensued, the Sea People were overwhelmed. Ramses' plan had worked. The Egyptians were the first people to ever turn back these sea-going invaders and stop their campaign of destruction.
The hearts are taken away, the soul is flown away, the weapons are scattered in the sea.
Another key source for these tumultuous events is a document called the Harris Papyrus, found near Ramses' tomb in Medinet Habu.
The Horus
It's the
Heresy?
longest known papyrus ever uncovered from Egypt, coming in at 41 meters long. That's longer than the wingspan of a Boeing 737, just for reference. In it, Ramses boasts about his triumph over the various groups of the Sea Peoples.
I overthrew those who invaded. I slew the Dinar from their islands. The Tajuka and the Pelasgians were made ashes. The Shardana and the Reshesh of the sea were made as those that exist not. I brought captives to Egypt, numerous as the sand of the shore.
The Egyptians were victorious. They had repelled the invasion, but this alone would not save them. To see why,
Disintegration
you
beam,
just
yeah.
have to look at the situation that surrounded
It's
them.
pretty fun just deleting
Egypt
bosses, like
now
early
stood
ones.
alone in a
Later
devastated
bosses I
region,
need like
like the
more
hero at the
firepower.
end of a disaster movie.
I need like Terra
Every
Magica.
land
I've
around
been
them had
slacking
been
on getting
gutted
that.
and reduced to ash. Vast and ancient civilizations.
My flask
The
isn't
Mycenaeans,
what it
the
should be.
Hittites, Ugarit, the
Instead of the
Kassite
bubble, I
dynasty
should
of
have
Babylon.
plus magic,
All of
20,
these
plus
venerable
20% magic
societies
damage.
had collapsed utterly, and civil order had given way to chaos. Those precarious
I mean, I'm
trade
killing
routes we
stuff
talked about at the start of the
pretty
episode
quickly enough.
were now broken,
I just have to
and
be more
Egypt's
patient.
economy went into a steep and
One of my
unstoppable
downfalls
decline.
is like I get way too greedy
By
with
the
this
end of
build
the late
because I
Bronze
see
Age,
the amount of damage
Egypt
it
was
just pumps
utterly
out. I just like keep
diminished, a
spamming,
shadow
and
of
that
its
kills
former
me every
self.
single time.
As other enemies encroached on its borders, Egypt was able to fight them off, but its treasury became so depleted that it would never fully recover its imperial power. The first known workers' strike in recorded history happened during the 29th year of Ramses III's reign. It happened when Egypt could no longer provide food rations for its elite royal
Oh yeah, we
tomb
heard about
builders and
this.
artisans in the village of Deir el-Medina.
Egypt
Ramses
was
III
unable to feed their
ruled for a
citizens
total of 31
after
years, but his death was
some
followed
time.
by years of bickering among his heirs. 3 of his sons would become king at different times, reigning as Ramses IV, Ramses VI, and Ramses VIII. And meanwhile, Egypt was increasingly beset by droughts, lack of seasonal floodwaters, famines, civil unrest, and official corruption. While the power of the pharaoh fell, that of the priests in Thebes grew. The
These-
last pharaoh of
the last
dynasty,
pair of
Ramses
legs
XI,
here will be more
grew so weak
vestigial
that these priests became essentially
than
the true
really
rulers
functional,
of Egypt.
I think.
The Egyptian empire finally fractured.
Same
It
with
was
these
lost
ones. These will
forever, less
probably
than
be more
80
vestigial
years
as well.
after Ramses III's reign. Earlier, I used the
Vestigial
example
or
of the
vestigial?
city-state
I
of
think it's
Ugarit
vestigial.
to show the vast
There's an I in
destruction that
there
could be
somewhere
wrought
that
by
I'm
the sea
not
peoples,
pronouncing.
and to paint them as a terrifying alien invasion responsible for the Bronze Age collapse. But we shouldn't be so easily seduced by the lure of this easy scapegoat. That's because the fate of other sites is actually a little more uncertain. The great city-state of Mycenae, for instance, the main belligerents in the Trojan War, was certainly wiped out along with all of its surrounding cities sometime around the 13th century BC. But modern archaeologists believe this was actually not the work of the Sea Peoples, and today it's thought that the culprits were the Mycenaeans' belligerent northern neighbours, the Dorians. We do have evidence of Sea Peoples' activity around the Mycenaean coast, but it seems more likely that while weakened and distracted by this outside threat, the Mycenaeans were no longer able to defend their northern border, and the Dorians seized their chance. The Hittite capital of Hattusha, where we opened this story, is another example. It lies far inland in the mountains of Turkey, and it wasn't likely to be the sea peoples who sacked it. A more likely explanation is that this was done by their long-term rivals, the Thracians, groups from the Balkans who seem to have migrated south during this time. These invaders must have seen their opportunity the moment raids by the sea peoples disrupted Mediterranean trade routes and caused famine in Hittite lands. And perhaps a key part of understanding this is seeing how much states of this era depended on their allies to help them out when they were threatened. But if a crisis like the attacks of the Sea Peoples happens across the whole region, suddenly everybody's military forces are tied down. Alliances that had previously kept everyone safe would suddenly become ineffective. No one could come to anybody else's aid. One great example of this happening is in Babylon. Babylon was a mighty city, one of the most ancient and powerful of the region, mentioned at great length in the Bible, and located about 100 kilometers south of modern Baghdad. At the time leading up to the collapse, Babylon was ruled by a dynasty known as the Kassites, who for 500 years had ruled the great ancient city. The Kassites had long depended on their allies in Assyria and the coastal regions to help defend it. But now those nations were busy defending themselves, and Babylon stood alone.
Oh, Mount Gelmir.
To the north was the land of Elam, a hardy people who lived in the mountains and lowlands of southern
QB
Iran.
Fortnite. What the fuck?
The Elamite king was a man named Kutur Nahunte, and he believed
Now
that
this
the
lizard,
crown
I
of
think he
Babylon
charges
belonged
4
to him.
times
He threatened
before he
an
stops
invasion
moving.
with fearsome
So we'll just
rhetoric.
wait for him to stop moving. That's one charge.
Son of a king, seed of a
2
king.
charge.
Why do I know so?
Oh, is he after me?
I will destroy your cities and demolish your fortresses, cut down your orchards.
Let's wait for him to stop spamming
You
his
may be up to
charge.
heaven, but I'll pull you back down. You may bleed out
We'll
to
follow
hell,
Gobi Fortnite
but
around.
I'll pull you up by your hair.
Kutir Nahunte led an invasion into
Okay, I
Babylonia
think he
in the
stopped
year
charging.
1158 BC. With all its allies tied down, Babylon stood alone, and the Elamite
Yeah,
invasion
just stay there
succeeded.
for a sec.
Kutir Nahunte went
Heck,
on
no worm.
to do most of what he promised, and he laid waste to the land. While Babylon burned, its last
he's out of the
Kassite
beam.
king was led to Elam in chains, along with the statue of the Babylonian god
I think he's
Marduk.
after me, maybe.
And the theft of this statue seems to have traumatized the Babylonian people more than the loss of their king. Babylon was sacked and left in ruins. One sacred Babylonian text, the Nabur-Kudurri-Usur, recalls the terrible vengeance of the Elamite king.
His crimes were greater and his grievous sins worse than all his fathers had committed. Like a deluge, he laid low all the peoples of Akkad, and cast
Okay.
in ruins Babylon and all the noblest cities.
And these examples show that the situation in this region isn't quite as simple as that classic alien invasion style scenario I had you imagine. In Hollywood, the writers always imagine the world coming together to fight the outside threat. It makes a better story that way, and we get to hear some inspiring speeches. But the example of the Bronze Age collapse teaches us that it's just as likely that if aliens ever arrive and begin blowing things up, some might see that as an opportunity.
Yeah, we saw that with COVID.
The story of the Bronze Age is of large, complex states successfully defending themselves against the smaller states at their borders, with less complex societal structures. And part of the collapse that ensued is perhaps also down to the increasing power of these smaller, less complex nations. During the Bronze Age, empires like Egypt, Mycenae, and the Hittites had monopolies over the production of weapons, the importation of horses, and the building of chariots. Smaller, less complex states simply couldn't compete in those areas. But the power of these smaller states was beginning to grow at this time due to one very important thing. One thing that would bring the Bronze Age to an end forever. And that thing was iron. Iron had been in limited use since as early as 3000 BC, and early people even worked the iron they found in meteorites that fell to the earth. It was considered a sacred metal, perhaps due to its magnetic qualities. But as an everyday practical object, iron presents a number of problems. It's much harder to work than the copper and tin that go into bronze. Tin, for instance, has a very low melting point of 232 degrees centigrade. If you wanted, you could melt it on your kitchen stove. But iron requires a huge amount of heat to melt, over 1500 degrees. This requires advanced furnaces and special technology that took millennia to develop, but at this time was beginning to permeate across the region. But iron on its own
Okay,
isn't
that
that
looks good.
useful.
Let's go take it
It's
out of
brittle and it easily
Z
breaks.
spheres.
The
Otherwise, we'll
knowledge of
just
how to
spend
turn
way too
iron
long
into steel,
in Z
mixing it with the
spheres.
right proportion of carbon, would transform it into a metal just as sharp and
That's
hard
actually
as
not
bronze,
so bad either.
but
Just
much
like
cheaper and more
normal
readily
hair
available.
over all that.
Soon,
No.
even tribal societies and tiny kingdoms could afford cutting-edge weaponry.
This looks
It
more
acted a little like the introduction
character,
of
though.
cheap assault rifles like the AK-47
Like
in
hair
our
shouldn't
time,
be able to grow on
a
this.
great leveler that destabilized whole regions. We know that after the Bronze Age collapse, bronze was no longer in use across the region. Steel weapons took its place, and the Iron Age began. Armies of chariots, such as Egypt employed, gave way to armies of massed infantry. And some historians point to this factor alone as the great shift that caused the collapse of so many societies. So this is another theory, that the Sea Peoples and other tribes on the land, newly armed with iron weaponry, were a significant element in the collapse, and certainly sacked some cities themselves. But a large part of the destruction was also due to opportunistic wars and infighting between rival nations. And these combined served to pick apart the complex web of interdependency that had sustained these great empires for so long. But some historians go even further, and their work reconfigures the roles of this story completely. They ask, what if the Sea Peoples aren't the villains in this story? What if they weren't the perpetrators in the collapse of civilization, but another set of victims? And this final theory allows us to shift our perspectives completely. One thing we do know for sure about this time is that the climate of the Eastern Mediterranean at the end of the 13th century BC underwent a sudden and rapid change. Lands that had previously boiled over with greenery suddenly became dry and arid. Analysis of ancient pollen in the region shows that plants suited to a more desert landscape flourished during this time. Analysis of sediment cores and oxygen isotopes in mineral deposits in caves in Israel have all shown that the 13th and 12th centuries BC saw much less rain than the previous era. And this all points to a period of climate change in the region, during which the crops that people knew how to grow must have died in the earth. Alongside this scientific evidence, we can see marks of severe droughts and famines in the region's written records too. The Hittites in their dry, stony mountains were hit particularly hard. Letters from Ugarit write about sending large quantities of rain up to the hill roads to feed the mighty cities like Hattusha, and the crisis seems to have lasted a long time. In the mid-13th century, one Hittite queen sent a short but dramatic message to the Egyptian pharaoh.
I have no grain in my lands.
Another tablet sent from the Hittites is equally telling.
Did you not know there was a famine in my lands?
Elsewhere, letters sent from a servant to his master, who was a merchant in Ugarit, show that there was a famine in the city of Emar in Syria at the time of its destruction.
There is a famine in your house. We will all die of hunger. If you do not quickly arrive here, you will not see a living soul from your land.
And I want to make it clear that there had been famines and droughts in the region before. It was simply a fact of life for people living in the precarious reality of the Bronze Age. But the climate change that occurred around this time seems to have happened so quickly and been so dramatic that scientists have been looking far afield for an explanation. And to get to the bottom of why this happened, one answer might lie nearly 4,000 kilometers to the north. Let's zoom out and soar around the globe, across Europe and the stormy waters of the North Atlantic, until we come to rest on the slopes of the snowy mountains of southern Iceland. This is a harsh landscape, a snowy tundra over which the shadow of an enormous volcano looms. Its name is Hekla, and it's one of the world's most active volcanoes. In the ancient and medieval imagination, Hecla was thought to be the gate to hell, and the prison where the traitor Judas was tormented. The Cistercian monk Hébert of Clairvaux wrote about it with particular colour.
Mount Etna, the renowned fiery cauldron of Sicily, which men call Hell's Chimney. That cauldron is affirmed to be like a small furnace compared to this enormous inferno.
So can it be a coincidence that the most cataclysmic eruption of Hecla we know about was the one that took place sometime around the year 1100 BC, right as the Bronze Age collapse reached its height? This eruption is known as Hecla 3. It threw nearly 7.5 cubic kilometers of volcanic rock into the atmosphere and covered the sky in a dark shroud of dust that would have lasted for years after the event. In Ireland, studies done on bog oaks, those are trees half
What if we have
fossilized in
both
marshy
the
waters,
wings and
have
the...
shown that for 18 years after
Okay,
the
maybe
eruption
what
of
if we have
Hecla
like the
3,
tendrils
the
instead of the
trees
wings?
barely grew at all.
So we have
Across
that,
the Atlantic in the United States,
and then also that.
bristlecone pines,
That could be
the oldest
interesting.
living trees on Earth, still
Like, something
show
about
similar
this stuff
records
that's really
of this
cool.
time of darkness
But
and
at the
cooling,
same time, it'd
which
be a,
seems to have lasted about
kind
2
of like
decades.
a massive pain in the ass to do.
And the effect on our region would have been dramatic.
Mm.
Crops would have failed, soils would have
Yeah,
blown away.
This
And more
is
than
gonna be
that,
too much.
the dark clouds
This is
that
gonna be
seemed to hang
too
over the
annoying
sun
to work
would have
with.
spoken to people of something dreadful on its
Like,
way.
especially once you
a
add
punishment
cloaks
from the
into
gods,
the mix,
and perhaps
then you're just
even
gonna
the
see
end
like
of the world.
this shit clipping
As
in with the
people looked
cloaks
up
every
and saw
single
the
time
sun
your character
only a pale
moves.
white through the haze,
Unless
they
it's
must
like,
have asked, what did we do wrong?
yeah,
Why have our gods forsaken us?
I don't
and
know.
why haven't our kings protected us? When we dig into an archaeological site and find traces of destruction, we can never really tell who it was who burned this building, destroyed this wall, or buried the city in rubble. But some historians now think that some of the destruction of the Bronze Age may have occurred due to uprisings and rebellions within the kingdoms. If the gods were angry at the king, so were the people. The spread of iron weapons would have also empowered these mobs and allowed them to arm themselves with weaponry previously unseen outside of a professional army. And I don't want to do too much speculation, but with famine, drought, and disease spreading, I think there's a good chance that the citizens of some of these ancient empires simply rose up and burned their own cities to the ground. And the thing is, if we buy the theory of the Hecla 3 eruption, it forces us to re-evaluate our portrait of the Sea Peoples as a marauding armada of destruction. Were the Sea Peoples, in fact, refugees? Imagine the situation. You are a citizen of an island in the Mediterranean, say Sardinia or Sicily, and one year the sky turns dim. The sun peeks through the grey haze, a pale white. Drought soon follows, and the crops no longer grow. Starvation begins to set in on your island. Chaos begins to spread. There are riots for food, and everywhere people are saying the gods are angry, that the world is dying. And then the next year at harvest time, the same thing happens. The sun is still weak, and the crops still don't grow, and now waves of people begin arriving in your lands. Hungry people from the far north where the sun is even dimmer, where the worst winters
Man,
in
what a
living
shit
memory
show.
are ravaging the lands.
Imagine that.
When nothing grows. What do? Do you stay and hope the sun comes back? Hope the crops grow next year? Do you hope that your new and hungry neighbors are friendly? Or do you band together? My guess is that you do one of the things you do best. You build ships. And then you set sail for somewhere else, somewhere where the sun might still shine. It's easy to imagine this band of seagoing nomads starting small. They go from place to place, trying to find somewhere the gods haven't abandoned. But it's the same everywhere. Society is disentangling in the wake of famines and droughts that last for years, and wherever they go, more desperate people join them. They get stronger, and in desperation they resort to theft. They steal from merchant vessels and then small villages. They capture prisoners and gain new recruits. Their strength grows and grows until it becomes truly overwhelming, an army of the sea.
That would make for a good
It seems
game.
no one can stand in their way. A roving band of refugee warriors roaming the oceans in search of somewhere to call home. I find this portrait of the Sea Peoples the most convincing. I think it makes sense of their mystery, how such a vast force of diverse peoples suddenly looms out of the sea with seemingly no direction, no leaders, and no command structure. If this portrait of them is true, then the Sea Peoples must have been anarchic, probably changing leaders frequently. There would have been opposing goals within the group. Some would have wanted to find land to settle, others just to loot and burn. And when they met their deaths in the shady shallows of the Nile Delta at the hands of Pharaoh Ramses III, they must have felt the utter hopelessness of their situation bear down on them. They were people without a land who had brought so much destruction to the homes of others, and their final desperate gamble to seize the lands of Egypt had failed. If this sounds like too much of an unhappy ending, then I should at least mention that some of the Sea Peoples, at least, escaped total destruction in the marshes of the Nile. In fact, one of the groups that made up their wandering army seems to have settled down in the region of what is today Gaza in southern Palestine. There, they put down their roots as a people. They were known as the Peleset, who the Hebrews later called Peleshet, and we today call Philistines. They would come to be remembered as one of the great rival nations to the Kingdom of Israel. And the word Philistine has given us the modern name of the region, Palestine. So as we weigh up the evidence, a picture begins to emerge of a complex, entangled web of societies, so dependent on each other that they could not allow each other to fall. These societies sent food to each other in times of famine. They sent artists and artisans to work on each other's palaces, and merchants took luxury goods between the markets in their great cities. And while this interdependency was a strength, it was also their greatest weakness. And with the climate changing, and people from other lands fleeing, perhaps invaders landing on their coasts, this interdependent system began to come apart at the seams. One by one, these great civilizations fell. The trade routes that had sustained them fell apart, and the basic necessities that allowed their empires to continue were no longer available. Meanwhile, the spread of iron weapons allowed smaller, less complex kingdoms to amass vast hordes of infantry and challenge the typically chariot-based warfare of the previous era. Rebellions seem to have rocked at least some of these nations, further weakening them and toppling them over into chaos. The events of the late Bronze Age remind us just how fragile a thing civilization is. It reminds us that in our world today, we are not isolated nations either, that we too live in a complex and interdependent world. That once war and violence are set into action, we can rarely contain its consequences. Think about how it must have felt to be a person alive at this time.
Oh shit.
To see the
Okay.
collapse of so many great civilizations all at once.
Let's
And
go
how it must
kill
have felt to
Melania with
pass from a
10 HP. 10 vigor. Let's do it. What weapon is that? Couldn't tell. Is that like a... That's a flail. Oh no, that's a Morningstar. That's actually a pretty good weapon. I don't know if it's any good against Melania though. Man, she's dodging a lot because... Do I have anything with better tracking? I guess Loretta's longbow, but I don't know. Oh no. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what am I doing? That was not the time to drink. That was not the time to drink at all. Nice. Got the lead in. Uh-oh. You know how to dodge waterfowl, Lara? She does not know how to dodge waterfowl. This is not gonna be good. Stop fucking dodging, man. No fair. Oh. Oh, fuck. I don't know how to dodge waterfowl, apparently. Well, GG.
A golden age of civilization to one of rubble and ruin. Thank you for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I've been Paul Cooper. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at PaulMMCooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes,
This is not gonna
as
end
well as
well, I can already
images,
tell.
maps, and to see behind the scenes, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civs Pod, with underscores separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you also let me dedicate
I knew it
more
was gonna
time
end well.
to researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I
Playing
want to
like
thank
shit
all my
right now.
subscribers for making this possible.
Playing like a
If you think you can
shitter.
spare anything, please do head over to Patreon and support the podcast today. For now, all the best, and thanks for listening.
Let's go fill this with RGB. And then like this area right here, I kind of just want to fill with flesh as well. Nice job, well done. Sometimes you just gotta take a break from the normal builds and just light roll your way off a cliff, you know, using a very annoying mage build that has 0 vigor. It's how you get good. Like if you have 0 vigor, you have very little chance to like. You have to be really good to actually succeed. It's like training. It's like martial arts training. You know how like some martial artists, they wear like weights on their legs so they can kick better once they take them off. It's like that. Leyndell. White Mage Albin. We've got ourselves a KKK member. I'm kidding. Oh my god, am I hitting the stairs? I am hitting the stairs. Wait, what the fuck am I hitting? Am I hitting the tree root? There we go, oh my god. Weights are an anime trope? Not sure if anyone did that. Well, I did that. I'm just that. I'm just an anime character in real life. I'm doing that right now with this character. Like once I stop playing as a light rolling mage scrub, just imagine how powerful I will be. Having learned how to dodge like one of the most toxic builds that you can play as in Elden Ring. Okay, well, I'm probably gonna I'm gonna log off soon. It's Wednesday. Well, it's actually Thursday now. So I gotta go make a weekly post. Zeth's personal coffee diary. And I gotta get to sleep. What time is it? It's 2:37 a.m. Usually these posts take an hour, maybe, to compile. I think we got a lot of work done today. I feel like I haven't gotten a lot of work today, but I think there was a decent amount done today. Like stuff that's like really important, like proportions. Getting the proportions back to normal, and then also like working on the face, figuring out what we're gonna do with the hairstyles. Obviously doing this new wing type. The sea peoples thing, that could be a really interesting that could be like a really interesting like theme, a really interesting setting. A volcano erupts and like everyone's trying to search for a place to like seek refuge, whether that is like raiding your neighbors or like getting on a boat and setting sail off for different lands. But yeah, that could definitely work in the context of Project Nova. Crab lakes, yeah. For now, at least. These are just really simple mock-ups. Probably add in like some tentacle details, kind of like what we have going on with the mouth, where there's like sinew and stuff. So we can have like some of that connecting in between the joints and stuff. Definitely make it look more infested and less crab-like. These legs are a bit too straight. We gotta solve that. But yeah, I'll catch you guys later. I'm probably gonna call it here. See you later, Rusty. I think you're the only one here. Bye-bye. Take care.